Good afternoon, and what an incredible day here in Riyadh. The city is actually buzzing as Joy Forum kicks off. This is a true celebration of creativity, innovation, and global talent. From international stars to regional trailblazers, the excitement is truly electric. We have 2 days of amazing sessions and great talks. Let's go through the agenda of the first day together. Unconventional pioneer, UFC lovers, you have got to attend this session. AI versions of a young Dana and an old Dana, and he has to speak to both a younger and older version of him. You don't want to miss this. Goat narrative? No, we don't have goats on the stage. We have sports legends. We have NBA legend Shaquille O'Neal, tennis sensation, 24-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic, and Max Kellerman. You have to attend this session too. Moving on to the power of entertainment without borders. An extended conversation about how entertainment can actually break borders with Nick Khan, Faisal Bafarat, and Max Kellerman. And that leads us nicely into K-Wave Rising, the emergence of Korea as a huge entertainment powerhouse. And all of you Squid Game lovers, and I know you're many, this is for you, as we have the main stars and director of Squid Game on this session. Moving on to the fifth session. Blockbuster balance redefined by the new enablers. We are going to have conversations with America's top screenwriters, including Alex Sakharov, who has written on programs such as House of Cards, and I know we all love House of Cards, Ozark, and who can forget Game of Thrones. He is joined by Derek Kolstad and Terrace Winter, along with Mo Islam. The new age of studios. This is our sixth session for today. We have a conversation with industry professionals about innovation and how best to utilize funding with Mo Islam, Adnan Kayal, Ben Amadasun, Brahim Al Khairallah, and Samar Akrouk. Last but not least, the last session for today is all about fun for all of you fun lovers, and Joy Forum is all about fun. We have got Terry Crews from AGT and Brooklyn 99, and he's going to be joined by two modern day phenomenon, Mr. Beast and I Show Speed. But before we kick off the sessions, there is a lot happening on the purple carpet with my colleagues Suha and Faisal. Let's check out all the exclusive interviews they have for us with the biggest names in entertainment. Let's check in.
Welcome again. We have a TV star, Terry Crews. Nice to see you here in Riyadh.
Nice to see you wearing clothes.
Yes.
Yes. I brought my Kandura. You know, I actually have a home in Dubai, and with that, I'm going to be spending more time in. But the thing is, this is my first time in Saudi Arabia.
How do you find it?
This is like my mind is just blown with how open and how beautiful and everything is. It's like. It just feels like the beginning of a whole new future. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm happy to be a part of it. It's amazing.
How many days you will stay here in Riyadh?
I'll be
Because
here
we will
about
to
4
go
days.
together to buy Saudi thob.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll be here about 4 days. I just got in last night, but I'm so excited to be here. I mean, I'm going to do a panel with I Show Speed and Mr. Beast, and I know my man Shaq is here today. Dana White is in the house. Yeah. So that's my man. That's my man. He's like double me, so it's okay.
So you're excited about the spirit.
But I just love I mean, this culture wants everything. I mean, I had so many friends that have performed in the comedy festival, from Kevin Hart to Dave Chappelle, all those guys, and Bill Burr. And now to be here for this is just an honor.
How do you see the role of Joy Forum shaping the future of industry in Saudi Arabia?
Oh, I mean, the fact that you can bring all these minds, these talents, all together in one place, it's always something special happens as soon as you do that. I mean, this is the magic of what Comic-Con would do or a major conference, because once you get that everybody together and everybody plugged in together, all the new ideas start to really flourish.
Riyadh season has become a permanent name and a great influence around the world. How do you see this impact globally?
Of whose impact?
Riyadh season.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. First of all, it's first of all, the whole world is here. You know what I mean? And they're coming, and they're wide open to it. So that's one thing I realized when I first came to the Middle East about 2 years ago, that a lot of people in the West don't understand it until you see it, until you see it with your own eyes. It's funny, I have a really funny story. The big thing is, if you ever see that movie Coming to America, I tell people that if you ever come to this Middle East, it's like Zamunda, you know? It's beautiful, you know what I mean? And it's like, so if you want a picture of what it is, that's the best way I can really describe it, and it's been amazing.
So do you think 4 days is enough to stay in Riyadh?
So you live in Dubai, so you should maybe visit more often.
I will.
You should,
I will.
especially in winter.
No,
You're gonna love it.
That's the thing. I'm definitely planning on, making this kind of go around. I mean,
Not even Riyadh. You should maybe visit Al-Ula.
Yeah, definitely.
You've
definitely.
heard about it?
I have.
Yeah?
I have.
What about Neom? You have to visit it.
Well, which one now?
Neom.
Oh yeah. I heard about that. The big line.
It's on the west
The
coast.
line.
I can't wait to see it.
Unbelievable place. Unbelievable place.
Listen, I'm kind of right now. We're about
Planning,
this conference,
planning.
but I really want to bring my wife and
You
my
should,
kids.
you
I have
should.
5 kids. I've been married
God
36
bless.
years,
God bless
and I
them.
really want her to come and enjoy this just beautiful place. It's just so much history. It's incredible, and the future is here. I mean, with the big investments in AI and the
Yeah.
way its culture is shaping everything, the world has to come here.
Sure.
Welcome
We're so
anytime.
happy.
Thank you.
We're so
Thank
happy.
you.
We're so happy you're here
Yes.
with us. I hope you enjoyed the forum and all the sessions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my
Oh,
friend.
I'm honored.
Me too.
you.
Me too.
Thank you very
Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And making a grand appearance today, Michael Buffer, the legendary ring announcer. He is here at Joy Forum, famous for his iconic "Let's get ready to rumble" catchphrase. And guess who's that? Guess who's making his way on the purple carpet? Shaquille O'Neal, standing an imposing 2.16 meters tall. He is one of the most dominant players in NBA history, a 4-time NBA champion, 15-time All-Star and League MVP. Shaq's career combined unmatched athleticism with charisma, making him a true icon on and off the court. And guess who's there? Squid Game lovers, this is for you. Well, Squid Game was actually an incredible achievement for a Korean TV program. We are seeing the stars and the director. It was successful across the world, especially here in the Middle East. And it was the #1 watched TV program on Netflix. But guess who got to interview Shaquille O'Neal? My colleagues, Suha and Faisal. Guys, you look super tiny next to him. Let's see what you're going to ask him.
Welcome, everyone. We have now champion NBA legends, Shaquille O'Neal. It's great to have you here. Welcome, Saudi Arabia. Today we have Joy Forum.
Yes, glad to be here. I was invited by Turkey, so glad to be here. Glad to meet the people. Salam alaikum to everybody. Just gonna have a great time.
Thank you very much. We're so happy to have you here with us, Shaquille. As an athlete, how do you see your participation in such a forum that's like having people from all around the world to support the entertainment industry and coming from all around the world?
Well, apparently today's forum is about greats. They say I was one of the greats, so I'm just going to have a conversation. Dana White will be there, Max Kellerman will be there, and there'll be a lot of people there. So just going to answer a few questions about greatness.
Is there any specific session that you're interested to attend?
I don't know yet. This is my first time here, so after my forum, I'm going to just walk around a little bit and we'll see what happens.
Have a good time.
Thank you.
So with more than 400 distinguished attendees joining us today, it is indeed truly the place to be if you're in Riyadh today and tomorrow. So from global entertainment icons to local leaders shaping entertainment and innovation. The atmosphere is actually vibrant. You have to come here, and the purple carpet is alive with activity. Stay tuned. There's so much to see and experience right here today, and so many sessions you have to attend, listen to, and try to see how you can benefit from all the knowledge that's going to be transferred here today.
Yeah, welcome again. We have Danawai today. Welcome. Nice to see you in Riyadh. Great to have you here. How do you see the vibes? Enjoy Forum.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I'm actually here for the rest of the month. I don't go home till like November, so I'm looking forward to my stay. I'm looking forward to this. I was supposed to come here last year, but it didn't work out. I had my schedule was nuts, but I'm looking forward to it.
We're so happy to have you here with us, Dana. We've seen you last month in Vegas, and now with the events and the support of Riyadh season in all the industries and all the fields, Joy Forum today. I want to ask your opinion about how do you see the role of Joy Forum in shaping the industry of entertainment and sports in Saudi Arabia?
Listen, I think that everything Saudi Arabia gets involved in helps shape, whatever it is. These guys are huge power players right now in all of sports and entertainment. So pretty much anything they touch does pretty well. So I would expect it to be a home run.
Are you excited for any of the sessions held today at the forum?
Yeah,
any specific session?
Well, I don't think I'm staying for any. I'm doing mine, and then I'm heading out of here. I have a meeting with Sheikh Turkey, and then I fly to Abu Dhabi after this.
Busy week.
Yeah,
busy days.
Busy month. I'm gonna be over here for 3 weeks, and I'm hitting Saudi twice. I'll be in Abu Dhabi, and I'm going to Qatar. So I'm gonna be bouncing around a lot. I'm looking forward to it.
We are too. Thank you very much. Hope you have a good stay. Thank you. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dana.
All right.
The badge is not an issue, but I will do the badge. Okay?
And we are going to follow His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh as he makes his tour of the venue. We're going to be watching where he is going to stop. Who is he going to talk to? He's definitely going to take a closer look at all the remarkable setups that make this event truly extraordinary. As the chairman of Saudi Arabia's General Entertainment Authority, he has been a driving force behind the kingdom's entertainment transformation. He seems happy looking at all the booths. He brought entertainment, sports, and arts to a whole new level in Saudi Arabia, greeting all his guests. So many celebrities and international stars are here today. Well, from launching Riyadh season, which has become a global attraction, to spearheading initiatives like Joy Forum that bring international talent and ideas to the kingdom, his vision has truly reshaped how people experience entertainment and leisure in Saudi Arabia. We're seeing him greeting so many people at the booth, and you have got to visit that area. So many interesting things happening there. So while His Excellency is touring the booth, I thought we should chat.
We should chat.
You had some really interesting interviews today. Saha, I envy you, Shaquille O'Neal. Come on. And I was like,
Hi,
guys, you look
Shaquille.
super tiny.
Yeah, he is huge. God bless him. So yeah, we had the first interview with Shaquille O'Neal. It's his first visit to Saudi. He was so excited. He wanted actually to bring his family, I think, to Saudi. He's excited to attend some of the events, and he thanked for sure His Excellency for inviting him. Such a big event, Raneem. We're talking.
It is indeed. We're
We're
seeing
talking
all
not
those
only
celebrities.
entertainment. We're talking technology, art, music, theater, sports. So yeah, everybody's excited. So we interviewed Shaquille O'Neal.
How was Terry Crews?
He's so much
AGT,
fun.
man, I love
He's
that.
wearing a thobe, so he's so
It was interesting to see that.
Yeah, he's so
it
much.
looks good on him.
He's so much fun. Actually, he says that he lives like in Dubai. Sometimes he has a
Okay.
home there, so he's familiar. But it's his first time actually in Saudi. He also wanted to bring his family and his
They
kids to
should
visit.
both of them, by the
To
way.
visit,
There-
and I
there
told
are
him about
lots of
Al-Ula, but I
attractive-
told him about different places, and he was like, "Yeah, I
Riyadh
should."
season.
Riyadh season.
Yes.
He said he's staying here for 4 days. Yeah, but for sure he's planning on coming.
I'm
so.
super excited about
It's your
Riyadh
first
season.
time?
No,
Ah.
no,
I
no,
thought-
no. I've been
But we
coming
just
and
keep
forth so
excited
many-
every year.
Yes, because there's always something new to attend to.
That's
So-
correct. Everybody's excited and it's different. Okay, we have some of the zones that we're used to, but there's always something new, something exciting, and something that attracts like different
Different
interests.
clientele.
Yeah,
and different, yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
So
What's your favorite
from the event,
part of maybe Joy Forum or Riyadh season?
I
You
love Joy.
decide.
I love
You
Joy.
get to
I love
decide.
Joy Awards for sure. Yeah, like I get asked a lot. So, what's your favorite like zone or event? I love Joy Forum, Joy Awards. Sorry.
Saha,
Tell me.
I would love to hear more about
I'll
that.
tell you later.
Between us, we're gonna have to start
Sure,
now. The
sure.
show is starting.
We're so excited, really.
Yes, I'm super excited about the sessions. We're all are.
لا تروحوا بعيد.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Joy Forum. Please stand for the Saudi national anthem.
للمجد والعليا مجدي لخالق السماء وارفع الخفاق أخضر يحمل النور المسطر رددي الله أكبر يا موطني عشت فخر المسلمين عاش الملك للعلم والوطن.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, global innovators, and entertainment visionaries tuning in from all around the world. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the center stage of global entertainment. Welcome to the Joy Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today and tomorrow, this very arena will become the heart of entertainment innovation, the epicenter of cultural transformation, the global platform for the new age of influence. And now, to officially open this groundbreaking event, it is my distinct honor and absolute privilege to introduce the undisputed champion of entertainment excellence and innovation. He is the man who has been translating the vision of His Royal Highness and bringing the champions together for the last 5 years. Please welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency, Turkey Al-Sheikh.
First of all, to correct my brother, I am not Royal Highness. I am normal citizen. Royal Highness say only for the Al Saud family, our leaders. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أهلا وسهلا بكم في جويا فورم في المملكة العربية السعودية، عاصمة الانترتينمنت في العالم.
Entertainment capital in
الحمد
the
لله.
world. It gives us a great pleasure.
قصيرة لكن
A
مليئة
short journey,
بالإنجازات.
however, full of milestones and achievements. It's inaugurated with the blessed vision in 2016. Today, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia incubating and hosting the most high-stake international events. We achieve prominent numbers with a number of tourists, and thanks for the team of the tourism, Ministry of Tourism. We are now a landmark in the culture, in its most important conferences and events, and the most important venues. Thank you, His Excellency, His Royal Highness, Prince Badr. We are the most in creating sport. We are a prominent landmark in the Saudi League. The Saudi League is being watched in over 200 countries around the world. They thought of playing friendly games. Now they are members of the Saudi leagues, and we hope that the World Cup 2026, Expo 2030, and World Cup, FIFA World Cup 2034, and we haven't yet started. All with the guidance of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The Gaddia is going to be integrated soon. Today in Joy Forum, we witness a assignment of Memorandum of Understanding that valued of more than 4 billion Saudi riyals. Few points, because I'm suffering a bit from memory disconnection sometimes. With the next year, we have with Nick Khan, the chair of WWE, the Royal Rumble. And next year, we have the WrestleMania, which is the landmark and historical event. A company like TOO, led by King Khan, that will enforce a village such as Las Vegas, is to relaunch the WrestleMania in Las Vegas due to their unprecedented and excellent success.
In Las Vegas this year in April, 200,000 زائر
last year in Las Vegas, correct me, 200,000 visitors that will launch to exceptional revenues before Hall of Fame, and this is a partnership that is high level, high stake partnerships with TKO and WWO. With my friend and my brother Dana White, we have next week the league of boxing that is holding or tackled by Dana White, who could transform the company from an unknown company to one of the most important companies around the world. Now Dana is facing a huge challenge, and we believe that he is up to the level in order to create the first tournament or league for boxing around the world. It's not started yet, but at the inauguration of 2026, it will be launched with a high and a huge contract that it will extend for so many years to a certain amount of events for the upcoming years.
Tom Brady, in March, we have a launch or inauguration of relations with the American football. We have a big event in 21st March during Eid time with Tom Brady and a group of the elite. And it's going to be a gate in order to gain the NFL in our country. Brazil got it, Britain got it, and hopefully Saudi Arabia will be next. We have won the WrestleMania competition after high and severe competition with Britain, and hopefully it will be soon. Shaquille O'Neal, my brother. We are announcing a high-stake memorandum of understanding and agreement with Shaquille O'Neal, who loves Saudi Arabia, a strategic partnership and a very important news for basketball lovers. Next time in Riyadh season, hopefully, and Shaquille O'Neal will announce the details in due time. We have signed with our colleague and partner Lynn with Warner Music and Atlantic Records. From now, Mirwas, led by my brother Hussein Al-Yami, the hub of music in the Middle East, and within this hub, international content and song will be recorded. Yesterday, we have completed an agreement with 6 Arab bands, in addition to a professional band who will always be existing with Nibras, in addition to our strategic partner, and which is one of the most prominent around the world, which is Rotana, in addition to our strategic partner, Benchmark. Mirwas, from now on, is going to be the main hub and main launch for the industry of Arab songs. The Korean CG, 3 big events are going to be launched next year. It's going to be a surprise with the Korean content that has a high ability in Saudi and the Kingdom. In terms of movies, we have the first stage, the Big Time Fund, that was launched with more than 27 Saudi and Arabian movies. And the most important movies that will be launched soon. Here we have Alec. He's working on the Khalid bin Walid movie. Alec is one of the most prominent editors who work on Game of Thrones, Soprano, and Rome, and different international world-renowned series. We have the movie of Khalid bin Walid and Ali Yarmouk battle. It's gonna be launched in 2027. The studio of Al Husn will witness the shooting. It's in English, and the actors are non-Arabs, but it's gonna be a big deal in the world of movies. In collaborations with the Ministry of Defense and His Royal Highness Khalid bin Salman, a movie about a real story, a true-time story about debating or combating the ISIS
with one of the best writers and Oscar winner and also international director, and it will happen by the end of 27 for combating drugs. His Royal Highness is one of the fierce fighters for combating drugs. And of course, we thank His Royal Highness, the Minister of Interior Affairs, a true story about combating drugs. Of course, the Saudi military and the drugs, all the actors are Saudis. A series of Abu al-Muluk, Abdul Malik bin Marwan, a strategic partnership with MBC Studios, Shahid as well, and there are upcoming series. The Power Slap next week with Dana White, a huge success for the Power Slap last year with the first event inaugurated in Saudi Arabia. We believe that we are going deeper and further with Dana White, and we believe that it opened the horizons for the sport in the kingdom and in the region. Al Husn program is coming back with a special edition with a strategic partnership with Husn Studio and Big Time. There are going to be surprises. Mr. Peace and Speed are going to join us in Al Husn program. Huge surprises, and we believe that this program will be showed and broadcasted on international platforms. Comedy show in Riyadh has fulfilled successful events, and hopefully next year it's gonna be returned in different editions and new editions, and hopefully we will add new ideas for this project and that it will be admired by the fans. For the entertainment and movies specifically, our partnership is not only limited for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but also for the region and around the world. I can see among the attendees my brother, the renowned director Marwan Hamid. We are working on a strategic partnership on a movie, the third season of Al Fil Al Azraq. We also worked on a set movie, the story or biography of Kulthum. A strategic partnership, a different partnership. Our partnership is highly important with different sectors, with different ministry. We have strategic partners such as the Ministry of Tourism and the Commission of Tourism in promoting our products. This year we are hosting them in Boulevard World in a huge event. Last year they have fulfilled exceptional numbers and the number of visitors, and now it's the number 6 ranked for tourism revenues, and to compete regionally for the best and benefit of the region. We are strategic partners with the Ministry of Culture, whether in events, whether in movies. We extend our sincere thanks for their support, and if they are delayed in supporting us in some movies, I'll let you know. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia now is not on the map yet, but also Saudi Arabia is a leading and pioneer in the entertainment sector. Entertainment is not something extra, but is not luxury, but it has become a main component of people's life, and to raise the quality of, elevate the quality of life. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is keen to elevate the quality of life for Saudi citizens. The vision, the blessed vision, all the programs that was started or executed or convened or going to be convened will be unprecedented with this equality, and it will not be witnessed in anywhere else except Saudi Arabia. Thank you ever so much for your attending, and we hope that this conference will be concluded with B2B, and I greet the star Taim Al Hassan. We are quite glad to have the Saudi art, the Syrian art going back to Riyadh. Syria is always in the heart, and thank you ever so much.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Yes, you. Close your eyes. Everyone. Now, imagine the roar of a full arena. The moment before the lights rise. The silence that lives right before the sound. The heartbeat of a crowd waiting to feel the moment. That moment is why we're all here, why we build, why we create. Imagine if all of that can be bigger and better. Now, stop imagining and open your eyes.
Entertainment, it's our universal language. It can make us laugh, cry, and even dream together. It's no longer just leisure. It's a $3 trillion force shaping economies, cultures, and connections. Behind every spectacle lies an ecosystem, creators, venues, platforms, united by one purpose: to inspire. It leads, not follows. It defines what the world watches, shares, and celebrates. Technology turns imagination into reality. AI concerts, digital worlds, and creators without limit. 752 million music subscribers, billions of tickets sold, hundreds of millions in museums and live shows. This is your stage! Every arena, every platform, every screen, a space where stories come alive. And at the heart of this transformation stands Saudi Arabia, not just part of the entertainment revolution, but leading it, a new age to enjoy.
Hi, everybody. I'm Max Kellerman. Greatness, it's great to be at the Joy Forum. Greatness isn't just about winning anymore. It's about what you build after a win or even a loss. While every generation has its icons, ours built empires out of passion, grit, and being true to what they believe in and represent. Welcome to the Joy Forum 2025, where greatness evolves into legacy. Now, some people follow the rules of sports. Others rewrite them. I'd like to introduce a man that didn't just build a league, he built a movement. This is the story of a man who turned combat into culture. Ladies and gentlemen, Dana White.
The fight business, fighting is in our DNA. I eat stress for breakfast.
The way that we've run this sport is the absolute best from day one.
One of the best in the world, the monster. Come on, these two aren't even fighting.
When you look at how big the UFC has become, athletes, musicians, movie stars, they all come out.
The power is just extraordinary.
Sickness is real.
Great to see you, Dana. All right. So let's start this off this way. Can you give me 3 bold calls? You know, cutting edge, maybe even crazy moves where people thought they were crazy at the time, that took the UFC from niche, I mean, niche is a polite way of saying it, right? To this monster mainstream thing that it is today.
What's the question?
3 bold calls you made. I have one in mind, actually. I remember you made early on, but can you think of, let's start with one. What was the first thing you did when Zuffa bought the UFC?
Well, the first thing that I did was I knew that we had to change the production. Production needed to be changed. I took all the things that I loved about boxing and all the things that I hated about boxing, and that's literally how I built the UFC.
I remember one thing you did, which I thought was brilliant at the time, was run toward regulation at a time where the UFC couldn't get any daylight. That's a counterintuitive move to run toward regulation, but it worked.
Yeah, so my partner at the time, Lorenzo Fertitta, was a former regulator and was very respected, you know, in that world. So we knew we needed to run toward regulation. This many people want to see a freak show. This many people want to see a real sport. So we knew we had to get regulated.
And what was the result of that?
You know, it opens up more states. You know, more venues are interested in you, and more importantly, getting on television, which we knew we had to do.
I remember at ESPN at the time running around telling these guys, hey, the UFC is great at the time, cheap programming that everyone that does this enormous number, and it was not viewed that way early on until you made those changes.
Yeah, you know, we ran around meeting with television networks nonstop, and nobody got it, nobody understood it, nobody saw the vision of what the UFC could be, except the 3 of us, me and the 2 Fertitta brothers. So we essentially had to buy our way on television with The Ultimate Fighter.
Can you think of specific things that you had to build up? I mean, that's something you changed, running toward regulation. Were there things that you had to build up that were already there in the sport that needed to be brought out to popularize it?
Well, one of the things that I loved about the sport at the time was the athletes. You know, most of these guys were college educated. They all had different stories. Boxing had the same story. If it wasn't for boxing, I'd be dead or in jail. All these guys had much different stories. We loved the stories. We wanted to tell these stories, and we felt that mixed martial arts was an exciting sport. Kick, punch, knee, elbow, all the things that made it, you know, look bad at the time and frowned upon were the things that we liked. And I believe that not only would this work, but it would work everywhere, all over the world.
That was really a hard job in the beginning, I imagine, because the initial appeal of the UFC, for me as a fan, was who wins, the karate guy or the boxer, the jiu-jitsu guy, or it was kind of big concept. But by the time you came in, that had already been decided. It was Brazilian jiu-jitsu, actually, was the answer. But then it started evolving and changing, and it couldn't just be about who wins between styles anymore, because we already kind of knew.
I have this philosophy that no matter what you're involved in, people always want to know who is the absolute best in the world. And that was what we focused on. My big focus was finding new up-and-coming talent, making sure that the live event that you went to was an incredible experience, and that your television experience was the best you could get. So I've always figured if you focused on those 3 things, you couldn't mess this thing up.
Now, I should tell you this now, a little bit late, but that's the first 2 rounds. We've divvied this up into 5 rounds to make you feel comfortable.
Right.
So what changes did you make, and what did you build on? That's the first 2 rounds. We got 3 more, and this is stuff that I'm really curious about. Round 3, we're talking about opportunities. The idea is to own the fans, not just the rights. So in today's world of streaming and creator-driven content, how does the UFC, how do you keep the UFC owning the fans' attention, not just kind of renting their attention?
Well, what happened was I saw a lot of things that I thought were wrong and broken with boxing at the time, and I felt that if we kept building on delivering a good product every time, you know, I've been saying for a long time, I feel like every time you watch a boxing event, it's like a going out of business sale. They're trying to grab up as much money as they can. They don't care if the live event is good or if even the television event is good, as long as they can bring in a ton of money is all they did. We got the UFC to a place where people were buying tickets before we even announced the main event. So we started to build this relationship with the fan base that they knew we were going to deliver no matter what happened. And boxing hasn't done that in a long time.
So that's a trust issue.
Huh?
That's a trust issue.
Right.
With the UFC, the brand, the UFC, the fans can trust it. They know it's time and money well spent.
Right. If you buy tickets and you show up at the event, no matter where in the world it is, you know what you're going to get, and you know what you're going to get if you stay home on Saturday and watch it on TV.
Is that the metric that you use? Is there one that you, I know you do things intuitively. It's not just like you're crunching numbers, but and you trust your gut. But is there a metric that you use that lets you know, yeah, I'm doing this right? Is it ticket sales? Is it how quickly it sells out?
All of those things, but as the sport started to grow, you could feel it. Even when we were upside down financially, we knew that it was right there. We were right on that tipping point. And what we needed was television. We needed to get it on TV and expose millions of people to what we already knew. You know, this product that we believe people would like everywhere, all over the world.
This is 20 some odd years ago, and I remember, just anecdotally, friends of mine who no longer followed boxing because it was too confusing and they felt too ripped off too much of the time, suddenly were trying to hit me up because they knew that I know you for UFC tickets. Right? That became the thing.
Well, everything, you know, we wanted to make sure we had the best fighters, the best production, the best in-house live event, and you know, early on, you know, I considered you, you know, the best in the sport at what you do. I was even trying to get you at the time. I was trying to hire you back in the early days. So I've always had this sort of gut on what fight fans like and what they want to see, and I've just gone with it.
Is what you have done something that can be imitated or learned from, or is what you do too from the gut to, or is the lesson simply to follow one's gut?
Yeah, I think you do. I'm not saying that it always works, but yeah, you always trust your gut and go with what you feel and what you believe. You know, a lot of other people have tried it over the last 30 years and it hasn't worked, but it's worked for me.
And so let's go on to round 4, opportunities. What's next? What new format or region or division has your eye? Where are you looking for growth?
Well, obviously I want to go to places that we haven't been before. You know, we haven't been to Spain with a live event. I've always had this belief that if I take the live event to any country anywhere in the world, and you come and you watch our live event,
floating above Olympus Mons. Tell them how that wild idea of yours, the Rise 3.0 and non-centralized arena, from the White House lawn to who knows where, became a global orbit. Anyway, gotta go. The new alien we just signed for Fortnite is here. See ya.
That's old Dana talking to you from the future. Yeah, you have something to do on Mars, apparently.
I don't know what I was saying before old Dana popped on there.
Looking for growth in regions. And
yeah. It's all about taking it to places that people have never seen the live event. And I believe that once you see the live event, nobody walks out and says, I don't ever want to come to one of these again. And you create more fans in that region. So, you know, my goal every year is the same, is to get to new places that we haven't been, or get back to places that we haven't been in a while with the live event, and cultivating new, young, exciting talent.
So that seems like there's two opportunities for growth. One, you just get more fans.
Yep.
And two is you deepen their interest so that they're more heavily invested in what you're doing.
And the other thing that I truly believe is that I always dreamed of a day where the entire world could watch the same fight at the same time on the same channel. And now because of streaming, it's becoming a reality. And, when you look at the ceiling for fighting, not just UFC, but boxing and everything else, there's 8 billion people in the world. And if you have the right fight in the right place at the right time, I believe that a lot of the, even the casuals will spill over and want to see, a great fight. So the ceiling on this thing is 8 billion and growing.
So there's plenty of room for growth.
Plenty of room for growth in boxing and in the UFC.
And it strikes me that you're the type of guy who thinks of that question as kind of ridiculous, as excuse making, right? Like, where do we find growth? It's out there.
Yeah, I think what's really fascinating is when you look at the history of boxing, the two biggest fights of all time were Mayweather-McGregor and Mayweather-Pacquiao. And it's only like 4.2 million people that bought it on pay-per-view. Obviously, millions of people watch it around the world. But, I love the idea of breaking records and pushing boundaries and doing things that people think aren't possible.
Well, right. It was 4 million something buys. But I can think of a fight pretty recently that did how many live views on Netflix?
Yeah, it did 44 million. So
Canelo and Crawford.
As you start talking about streaming, and that's just the people that watched it on Netflix. It doesn't include all the other places that people watched it, pirating and whatever. So, with all these new relationships we're creating with Sheikh Turkey and Saudi and the rest of the world, the next 5 years is going to be very fun and very interesting in the combat sports world.
Is that important, the exposure to the world? I mean, because combat sports, particularly boxing, but combat sports has been siloed on direct-to-consume, on pay-per-view.
Yep.
And so they kind of juice an ever-shrinking fan base instead of exposing it to the largest possible fan base.
Absolutely. When you think about, just in America, ABC's Wide World of Sports, when it was, it was like 4 channels, and that was one of them. And the Ali fights and all the big things that made boxing, all the big fights that made boxing as big as it was, HBO, it started with them, and the sport started to shrink. But it was still massive when we would have these fights. Now that the whole world is opening it up and it costs you almost nothing to buy a fight, telling everybody in this room, watch what happens in the next 5 years with combat sports. This is like our coming out party right now.
Is part of the success the intrinsic, compelling nature of fighting? In other words, the thing that you were drawn to, and clearly with UFC, power slap, boxing, you are into combat, right? That's compels you.
I agree. And there's this thing with human beings all over the world, doesn't matter where you're from, when somebody who is looked at as the baddest dude in the world walks into a room, everybody feels it and everybody is interested. Yeah, we're going to do some big things over the next 5 years. I'm almost like, it's like I'm starting all over again. I've been reinvigorated with all the incredible things that are going on. And what Saudi Arabia and Turkey has done for boxing, I mean, for guys like you and I that have loved the sport for so long, to see what's happening now is fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as an aside, as a boxing fan, when Turki Al-Sheikh got involved, you were thinking, this is what I've been waiting for.
100%.
This is like a dream come true.
Well, I've been talking about getting into boxing for a long time, and I never did it till now. Timing is everything in life, and right now is the time.
So here's the last round, championship round, 5th round. Let's say Joy Forum handed you this stage, and you had to launch something in the next 12 months. Is there something that you've learned from this experience in the UFC that there's a rule that you would break, or a rule you wouldn't touch? Is there any guiding kind of principle that you would apply to any new venture?
I think that when you have a vision for something, you break all the rules. You break all the rules. What I've learned, look at all the disruptors that are going on in the world right now. Things that when we were younger, you thought would never go away, that those businesses would exist forever. They're all going away. So there are no rules. There are no, I don't like staying within the boundaries of, you know, if that was the way that I thought, everybody told me, you'll never be bigger than boxing. This is never going to work. Sitting up here today with how successful the UFC has been, it's hard to tell people how bad it was and how hard it was when we first started, because people can't wrap their brains around the fact that the UFC was illegal in some places, you know? So when you start something new and you have a vision for something, there are no rules. You break all the rules and you do whatever you think is right.
Just as an aside, when Dana told me his plans for the UFC 20 some odd years ago, I thought, that sounds great. I mean, it was a great idea, but man, this guy is in for a long haul. I thought it would take decades and decades and decades. And within like 5 years, he had done everything he said. Were you, which was shocking because it came out of nowhere, were you confident, or how confident were you that that plan would happen that quickly?
Now, listen, if you look at interviews of me back then when I was younger, everything, here's the thing with me. Everything that I say I'm going to do, I do. You know,
and then whatever happens, happens. Is that the lesson?
Yeah, I think that you know, you have the vision. You have to start with a vision, and then you jump on the path and you grind until it becomes a reality. And now here I am again. You know, there's all this talk flying around in the boxing world, and you know, I'm telling people again what I'm going to do, and we will do it over the next 5 years.
So it really is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration.
100%. That's exactly right. It is laying out the vision and then diving in head first and willing it and working it and grinding it until it happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Dana White.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So it seems that sports that win in the new age are the sports that follow the audience first rule book, right? Thank you, Dana, and
yep.
Stick around because we got to do a little bit more. So, no, Dana, don't go anywhere, please. Oh yeah. You just stick around for a minute. We got more for you to do. So from the octagon to the boardroom, today's GOATs aren't just champions, they're enterprises. And we'd like to welcome up now some enterprises, I guess. Shaquille O'Neal, Novak Djokovic, and Dana White. The great Shaquille O'Neal, ladies and gentlemen.
They want to win, but it ain't happening.
With a sensational return.
For me, you're the greatest tennis player in the history.
That's got to be the shot of the day. It's got to be.
He's amazing. Again.
Guys, welcome. Absolutely. Both of you guys turned a sports career into a global brand, right? When did it click for you? Shaq, I'll start with you, that your name had value beyond the game.
Before we get started, I'd like to say salam alaikum to everyone here. Growing up, I was always a dreamer. You know, they say that before you become great, you have to see what greatness is. We're all familiar with Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan. I want what they had. So for me, it was a lot of hard work, a lot of perseverance, a lot of preparation. And once I had the opportunity to smell greatness, I just went after it. You know, I grew up watching karate movies, and what I learned from the karate movies is that at some point the student must kill the master to become the master. So every time I saw somebody that was perceived as greater than me, it just upset me in a way. And I would just go after them. I just wanted to kill everybody, you know. David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, all the big guys that I destroyed. That was because I wanted the spot. I wanted to be perceived as great, because there was a period in my life where I was told as a youngster, you would never be great. You would never do anything. The best you can do is be like your father, who was a military man. And there's nothing wrong with being a military man, but I had dreams and aspirations of being one of the greatest big men to ever play the game. And I can remember my father pulling me to the side. He said, if you listen to me, I'll make you the most dominant big man to ever play the game. So I started listening, which was an attribute that I had to learn, because, you know, it was kind of difficult for me to listen. But once I started listening to, you know, just following people, and, you know, like I'm sitting here next to people who I consider friends. When I look at Dana White, you know, all the stuff that he does, I follow him. You know, he's built an incredible IP with the UFC and the slap boxing. I'm watching him. His Excellency and I are discussing something that deals with basketball globally, and, you know, hopefully we can get that done. But I just try to listen. I try to follow greatness, and because, you know, when you're touted as great, you know, Dana, you mentioned when you walk in a room, people look at you. I've always wanted that.
Is that so? That's on the court. I mean, I remember as a rookie when the West sent 5 guys at you in the All-Star game, and they gave the MVP to Michael Jordan, but you were the MVP of the game. And there's nothing they could do with you. But off the court, what made the transition from the court to the boardroom real for you?
I mean, I always was interested in business. You know, my father did an excellent job of teaching me horror stories. And he was really big on education. And the horror stories, I don't know how it is in tennis or UFC, but you know this very well, Max. In NFL and NBA, 5 years after players stop playing, they have nothing. And I didn't want to be part of that stat, so I educated myself on business and really focused on business. And one guy who I really follow was Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson told me one day, he says, it's okay to be famous, but at some point you want to start owning businesses. I didn't know what he meant. So I bought a book, The Dummy's Guide to Starting Your Own Business, and here we are today.
Novak, you built your own kind of, I mean, as a player, your level of greatness over this amount of time is absurd. It's like 2 decades now of you know, you ranked 5th in the world still, like it's insane. But you built your own ecosystem, kind of a business. Like what drives that? What drove that off the field of play?
Yeah. Well, salam alaikum from me as well. Shukran. Thank you for having me today. Such a pleasure to sit with greatness as well. Shaq,
could you bring it a little closer?
Oh, sorry, can't hear it. I said, it's a pleasure to sit with greatness here today, and what an honor to be part of this forum. Well, I was listening very carefully to what Shaq was saying, and I would agree with him. You know, you have to look up to someone. You know, for me, I had 3 sports idols coming from a poor, small country of Serbia that was war-torn and going through really difficult times, politically, economically, in any sense. So I grew up on a mountain. My father was a professional skier, and we had to spend quite a bit of time on the mountains because the restaurant business that my parents had was feeding the family. So Alberto Tomba, one of the greats of skiing, was somebody I looked up to. Pete Sampras in tennis, and Michael Jordan. You know, those were the three icons that I had and I kind of always looked up to. And basically 99.9% of the people were laughing at my father and I, particularly when we both, I say we because my father oftentimes in the first part of my life believed more in myself and my abilities of who I'm going to become than myself. So when we said we're going to become #1 in the world, we're going to be the best in this sport that had absolutely no tradition and history in our country, we were a laughing stock, right? In our country and globally as well. So I really feel like I'm an example and a testament that everything is possible. I came from war-torn country. My father put the $10 bill at the time when I was 12 on our table and sat me and my mother and two younger brothers and said, this is all we got. We were going through the second war in our lives at the time. And he said, you know, we are under sanctions, under embargo. If you really want to play this expensive individual sport, you have to step it up. And I was 12 at the time, so I had to mature much earlier than I was supposed to. And so I understood the message, had to man up. I had to be the kind of a second father at home, particularly to my two younger brothers. So I had a lot of responsibilities, and I feel the maturity, the early maturity really shaped my personality and my character and strengthened me and allowed me to really understand what discipline is and what the adult life is. So there's some obviously downsides of maturing early, but I'm eternally grateful for this journey that I had because that helped me to become who I am. And when I started traveling for tennis, you know, oftentimes I would skip tournaments because we didn't have money to fund that. But I always stuck with my dream, and I knew and the mission, and I was very fortunate. I think in life you really need to be lucky as well, to be surrounded with some knowledgeable people, people that can guide you, people that are passionate, that can really show you the way. So I had my late tennis mother and a tennis father, as I like to call them. They both passed away in the last 10 years, and I owe them everything that I am as a tennis player. So my parents allowed them to educate me in life as well. So I would oftentimes go from the tennis court back to their house, and then I would, you know, listen to classical music, watch videotapes of all the sports, all the basketball greats, tennis, football, and I would do visualization practice. At the time, I had no idea what it is, but I was so grateful that at 9 years of age, I already had access to some of the greatest secrets, so to say, of greatness in any job. So yeah, that's kind of my journey, and I feel like the fundamentals that I had very early on in my life helped me in my life and to achieve the things that I achieved.
And the reason people are interested in the first place in you guys is because of how great you were on the field of play. But the modern athlete, it seems to me, isn't just a player in their sport anymore. You guys are producers, you're investors, you're storytellers. What is owning your own story, the story that you just told, for example, what does that mean nowadays? How important is that to you guys?
I mean, it's a beautiful thing. You know, when you're raised by a drill sergeant, you're taught to do it one way, and that way is the correct way. That way is the champion's way. And I take pride in saying I did it my way. Dana, you just said you did it your way. That's why you're successful. I wanted to be like you coming up. So, listen, it's a beautiful thing. Because of what I've done, I've get to create great relationships. I was a fan of His Excellency for what he has done to boxing. Dana knows I'm a big fight fan, and I got the call one day that he wanted to meet me, and I was like, His Excellency Turkey knows who I am. So we had a great meeting. I'm here. This is part of the story. I'm sitting next to two icons, Dana White, the greatest, the GOAT of tennis. You know, it's a lot of names that you can put him in, but I've known this guy for a while. He's definitely the GOAT. I remember the first time we met each other. He looked, I looked. We didn't know each other. We just smiled and just gave each other a big hug. I was like, oh my God, it's nice to meet you.
Real recognize real?
Yes, because because even though I am who I am, I'm still a fan. So I didn't know that the great guy from tennis knew who I was. So he looked at me, he's like, Shaq. I was like, Djokovic. Like, you know who I am? He's like, you know who I am? And we just hugged, and we've been friends ever since. But to answer your question, to visualize a story, to narrate that story, to write the story, to do the story, to end the story how you want it, and to continue the story, that's a great feeling.
Yeah, true words of wisdom. I mean, it's your own story. You know, becoming who you are is one of my favorite quotes from Friedrich Nietzsche, actually. And the reason why is because the only real journey is the journey within. So Shaq talked about the education, and unfortunately, that trend also translates in tennis as well. First 3 to 5 years, a lot of divorces, a lot of bankruptcies, depression, mental issues, etc. post-retirement. So, because, I mean, in individual sport, the advantage is that, contrary to team sports, is that you have to engage yourself more in your business affairs, in your branding, the way you're represented out in the world. You have to manage your assets, at least know what's going on, because you are there by yourself. Where in team sports, it's all pretty much managed and arranged, which there's advantage to that while you're active, but unfortunately, it doesn't prepare you very well for post-career. So I think with me in my journey, it was really always one of the main focuses at, my parents instilled in me is my identity, who I am, and like being true to that. I think being adaptable is important in today's world, to be able to blend into different cultures and societies and traditions, and be kind and generous and friendly to people, and understand how we can build bridges and not crash them. But at the same time, what's your identity, who you are as a person? I think that's what people, in the end of the day, deep down, that's what they look at, that's what stays. So I feel like investing in your own journey, investing in yourself, and this is me talking from experience, not because I know it all. I actually try to be someone that I'm not for the part of my life and part of my career, because I really wanted to fit in. Because I come from Eastern Europe as well, not as developed as the Western Europe, and then tennis is a Western world sport, and it's played in states and nicest cities in the world. So, as I said, I come from Serbia, no tennis tradition, bad reputation, a couple of wars, 90s, beginning of 2000s. So here I am as a teenager with my Serbian passport, and then most of the people just turning their heads. It's like, okay, you come from Serbia, not great. So you had to fight through that, endure that, but I'm not whining about it. I'm actually grateful, because I feel like that has really thickened my skin, and it still made me even prouder of where I come from and what I represent, because that's something that sticks, and you got to play the long game in the end of the day, because that's where the value is.
Yeah, I want to get back to what you just said in a minute, because as long as you're respectful of people, and it reminds me, your story in a way reminds me, it sounds like a stretch, but it does, of Muhammad Ali, in the sense that when he finally chose to just be himself in front of the world, even though he got blowback in a lot of quarters, over time, when people saw that he had the courage of his convictions, even the people who didn't like him had to respect him. They had to respect him. And your story reminds me of that in certain ways, but I want to get back to it. But Dana, speaking of stories, one of the things that you and I talk about a lot is how combat sports, if you just, because it's not a metaphor for anything, if you can't return a serve, then that guy has imposed his will on you metaphorically through the ball. If Shaq dunks over someone, he's imposed his will metaphorically, but in a combat sport, it's literal, right? And people are very drawn to that. But not if they don't know the stories of the fighters, not if they're not invested in the stories. And it seems to me one of the things you did really well is turn the UFC into a kind of storytelling empire. And it seems to me also that you did that partly by not holding the reins too tight and letting these guys be who they are. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, because we were, you know, I wouldn't call us a league or whatever, but because everybody was under the same roof, there were lots of things that would happen and play out publicly. Fights with me and like me and Tito Ortiz and Chuck Liddell and all the things that happened back then. It actually became like a man soap opera, the stuff that would go on, and then all these things would lead to other fights, and it just created more and more interest in the sport, the athletes, and, you know, obviously every fight. And it was sort of like this built-in, like we were in the news every day because there was, you know, people would get mad, and I never, you know, you didn't get fined for doing certain things, and even talking about me, I mean, the guys are talking smack about me most of the time, too.
Yeah, try that with some commissioners of other sports, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it works.
See what happens.
It's like when you look at the NFL and, you know, people go after Goodell, and, you know, the people who are fans of the NFL are very invested in everything that happens in the sport.
But I mean, guys, and the stories are so different. Like Conor McGregor's story was very different than Khabib Nurmagomedov's story.
Right.
And yet you let them both kind of tell their stories authentically.
Whoever you are and wherever you're from, that's what I'm selling.
That's what you're selling?
Yep.
Why?
That's because it's real. It's like we were just talking about these guys talking about being authentic and Muhammad Ali being authentic. Whoever you are, and you know, Habib. When you look at Habib and how into his faith he is, and you know, his father who got him started. You know, everybody has a great story, and what makes sports great are when you're good at telling these stories. And everything that ever happened from one fight, whether a win or a loss, the battle that, you know, led up to it, all the controversy around, people could stay inside this UFC bubble, and you get sucked in. And then I turn my friend onto it, and then he becomes a fan, and that's how it grew.
Because of the authenticity.
100%.
So
what's crazy is I'm having this like full circle moment, because we're talking about early on, you know, you and I talked, and you were very involved in the early days. And then we were like $30-something million in the hole, and the Fertittas decided they were going to invest the last $10 million into the reality show, The Ultimate Fighter. And we were on Spike TV. So we were just thinking of, you have to make a splash. You got to get people to know. I actually reached out to Shaq, and Shaq did the first commercial for us for The Ultimate Fighter. So, you know, when you think about all of our journeys over the last 25 years that lead to us all sitting on the stage right now, and, you know, you two are, you know, in some way, shape, and form a part of the UFC in the early days.
That's very flattering. Shaq, I think about big men before you. Like, you refused to kind of fit into a stereotype or a profile, right? The guys who sold products it wasn't Bill Russell or Wilt Chamberlain or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, it was Dr. J and Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. But you became the most famous after Michael Jordan retired, the most famous basketball player in the world. And did not get fit into one of those into a box that, like, as some of those did who came before you. How were you able to avoid that?
When you're told all your life you can't, just makes you more determined. In marketing class, professor says, create a product that you can see being sold in the future. Had no idea what I was doing, but a friend of mine had on some Jordans, and Jordan's logo was the jump man. I created the dunk man right there at LSU. So during my presentation, I had Shaq shirts, Shaq hats, I had everything visioned out. And the professor says the same thing you said. He said, Shaq, it's presented very nicely, but in the climate that we're in now, big guys do not sell. Because like you said, Magic and Bird and Mike, they were selling. So I was kind of sad when I went back. And as I'm sitting in my door room, I kept seeing this dog pop up on a commercial. Remember Spuds McKenzie? So I kept seeing Spuds McKenzie, didn't pay much attention to it. Then I go to the store, I see Spuds hats, I see cups, I see drinks, I see everything. So then I go back and I'm looking for this dog, and I saw that he was having fun. And I said, ha. When I come on the scene, my brand will be all about fun. I have to be fun. Like, even though I'm a big guy, I want to do fun things like the little man does. And, you know, I signed with Reebok. They let me direct and write my first commercial. It was Don't Fake the Funk on the Nasty Dunk. I wanted to show people that, yes, even though I'm a Goliath, I'm a fun person. And that was one of the best decisions. But when you're told you can't, it just puts a fire in some of us. A lot of us don't have this fire, but where he's from, you had that fire. Where I'm from, I had that fire. Where you're from in Boston, where you're from in New York, we all have that fire. Because I'm sure all of us up here have been told, you'll never get it done. And when you tell me I won't get it done, it just motivates me more.
And that applies to that applies to, you know, different forms of entertainment in the middle of your prime. You're in movies. By the way, you had a rap career with, I was in the car, not because I'm going to see you here, because I have it on a playlist. Can't Stop the Rain came on with Biggie Smalls, Shaq and Biggie Smalls. But I'm sure along the way you were hearing things like, you can't do those other things either, right? I mean, were you hearing that?
I was definitely told that, but, you know, I've always said I'm going to do it my way. Now, when you do things that are unorthodox, you still have to take care of your business. Everyone will always know me as Shaq, the basketball player, so at some point I had to put all that aside and just buckle down and focus and start winning championships, because, you know, one thing that really makes me mad is the but. Like you used to say it was your job. Like, Shaq played great, but they got swept. I hate buts in my sentences. I wanted it to be, Shaq is the greatest big man ever, period. Shut your face, don't say anything else. But it was, Shaq got swept, and Shaq's not focused.
Can't lose the Hakeem, man, that's the problem.
Yeah, I know. So I said to myself, okay, I have to buckle down. I have to start winning championships. Like, you can win games and have great performances, but people remember championships. So after I got that first one, I was just so thirsty. I got a second one, I got a third one, I got traded, but I thought my career was done, and then I got number 4. So, you know, because I wanted to stop hearing the buts. Like, you know, Djokovic is the greatest player in tennis, period. Not, but he didn't do this, he didn't do that, and that's how I wanted my story to be.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and you were putting up stat lines in those finals, you know, 40 and 12 and 8 or whatever it was crazy. Novak, I'd like to get back to what you were discussing earlier, because Shaq said something that's interesting to me that I'd like to see if it applies. On the one hand, when he saw Spuds McKenzie, that's fun. But he also has to be aware that as a big man, your persona is intimidating. So it has to occur at some point that the big man who can have fun, that's special, right? Did it ever, because you were just talking earlier about how you tried to kind of fit in at first, because it's a new world, you're from a kind of an alien place, and then over time you learned to be more publicly, authentically yourself. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good definition. I would say that at first, actually, when I started to make breakthroughs and winning first Grand Slams, and I was actually a fun guy doing impersonations on the court, because that's what I've done since I was 6, 7 years of age, and it was actually part of my fun personality and what I like to do, but it was also a way of me trying to get the best shots of all the greats in the game that I looked up to. But then it offended people and so forth, and then I kind of stopped doing it, you know, kind of folded a little bit under the pressure of the media, the environment, the whole ecosystem, right? And then, you know, many years later, I started doing stuff again, not maybe into the public eye as much. I would be doing it on practice sessions and so forth, but I'll feel like, why wouldn't I continue doing what makes me happy? Because in the end of the day, you know, you need to be happy, you need to be satisfied with what you're doing, because, you know, the world is ever evolving, and, you know, instead of playing catch-up game, you know, create your own, you know. Don't be limited by the boundaries that, you know, somebody created a path and you need to go that path, and there's no other path. Why not create your own? And it's not as easy as it sounds, but once you're on it, like the gentleman here on the stage, you know, there's not more satisfactory feeling of accomplishing something and really paving the way for the future generations, because that's legacy in the end of the day. That's the long game. You know, how do you want to be authentic, original, you know, still be creating more value for the world that you're a part of, and then inspire new generations to follow that?
I want to phrase this carefully, because I'm not suggesting that either of you did anything to be a commercial success, but you were yourselves, and that became commercially successful. But as Shaq said when he had the aha moment, I'm going to be fun, right? Because that's who I am, and that, as a big man especially, that's going to be something new. Was there a moment when you realized, wait a minute, being my authentic self is actually commercially a good thing for me?
Yeah, so the way I would describe it is conforming to the society's norms, or conforming to the tennis norms or rules, quote unquote, imaginable rules that you have to dress a certain way. Tennis is, you know, the sport has been a sport of elites, has a long history, but, you know, has that kind of foundation that a lot of people reflect on, which is, you know, good and bad in a certain way. I would say good because we have a heritage and tradition and history that we're proud of, and it's a very global sport, but it has so much potential that is unused. That's on the bad side, because the innovation is obstructed, it's sabotaged, because you have to behave certain way that, you know, we've gotten used to seeing people behave certain way, or talk, or play, or whatever it is. So I didn't want it to conform, because I had the, as I said, I go back to my upbringing. My childhood wasn't normal, as 99% of my colleagues. So I just, you know, we are very righteous people. I come from a family where when you see there's injustice, you do something about it, you know. And in our sport, it's a big monopoly that has been there for decades. And so that was actually the biggest inspiration for me and Vasek Pospišil, who's my colleague tennis player. We founded a Professional Tennis Players Association, which is basically a union of players, which we don't have in all the American sports. I mean, Shaq, you know, you were one of the leaders of the Players Union back in the days when you guys were fighting for the pay, for the equal pays and you know, representation of the players. We don't have that in our sport. We didn't have it. Now we have the PTPA, but still we don't have the seat at the table where the decisions are being made. That's the downside of our sport and the way it's structured. The system is, you know, as it is. So to go back to the point, I've always wanted to be looking to innovate where I see there's room for innovation and stand up. And with my achievements, I have, thankfully, a platform and a mic in my hand, and I can say certain things that are going to hurt a lot of people and they're going to disturb a lot of chairs. But I don't care, because in the end of the day, I love this sport. This sport has given me everything in my life. So I want to give it back, not just on the court, but outside of the court as well. What can I do for the players? What can I do for this sport? How can I personally engage in certain changes that these gentlemen know very well about in their respective sports? How can we force that in a right way? So that's something that is going to, you know, a lot of people are going to oppose that, and they're not going to like it. But in the end of the day, I can sleep well, my heart is at the right place, and I know that I'm doing something that inspires me, the fire that Shaq referred to, that it just keeps going. It just keeps going because you know, as long as you live, as long as you breathe, you want to create, you want to make this world a better place from the standpoint of where you are.
On the one hand, you guys set up enterprises, businesses, brands that outlive your athletic career. On the other hand, you must be aware on some level that, I mean, when I was a kid, Borg and McEnroe, you know, by their mid-20s it was over, and you're almost 40, and you're still a top 5 player in the world. So at some level, do you think like, hey, the longer I stay in this, the better it is for me after my career, or are those two things separate? Your athletic career on the one hand, and your business on the other?
I think it's all integrated, honestly. Longevity is one of my biggest motivations. You know, I really want to see how far I can go, and I think if you see across all the, you know, the global sports, I mean, LeBron James, you know, he's still going strong. He's 40. Cristiano Ronaldo, you know, Tom Brady played till he was 40-something years old. I mean, it's unbelievable. You know, they're inspiring me as well. You know, so I want to keep going, and that's one of the motivations I have. And then, you know, I want to also live, meaning still keep on playing professionally, to see the change that is coming for our sport. And I'm super excited about it. The things that are happening, that obviously I can't be openly speaking about it at the moment, but I feel like in the next couple of years, Dana was mentioning in the next 5 years, it's going to transform the boxing sport. I feel like tennis is also a sport that can be greatly and will be greatly transformed. And I want to be part of their change. I want to be not just part of their change, but I want to be playing when we kind of rejuvenate our sport and set the new platform that is going to go on for decades to come.
So these young guys are going to have to beat you into retirement. You're not just going to go away.
It's not happening. I'm sorry to disappoint them. It's just not happening.
Shaq, when you see, when I said you didn't allow the world to kind of box you, when you see, and I've heard you talk about Giannis and some of these bigs who get to do some of the things that you could have done. I mean, you could handle the ball, pass, take the ball up the floor if you needed to. Is there any opportunity, either on the court or off, that you look at in today's game and you think, if I was playing today, I could be a part of that?
Me and my agent talk about this all the time. The amount of money these kids are making now, you would have to pay me $500 million per year, tax-free. You know, some people call it innovation. You know, the game is in a beautiful place. You know, what was very exciting to me is that you talk about the top 20 players, 9 to 10 of those top players are international players, which means the game is really becoming globally recognized. And, you know, it'd be great to have an NBA team over here. I know they're talking about, you know, doing some expansions in the Middle East and Europe and China and those places. But, you know, the game is great. Everything that everybody is doing is great. You know, what you and His Excellency has done in boxing, what you're doing in tennis. You know, one thing I love about sports and music, it brings everybody together. Doesn't matter what your beliefs are, doesn't matter what you or your country's going through. Like you said earlier, you get a good matchup, for that hour or 2 hours, people sit down and relax, and we do one common thing. We want to see great athletes compete.
Right, because in sports, in sports, it's the closest thing we have to a real meritocracy, right? And then everybody's differences don't matter because you're on the field of play. Dana, what do you, like these two guys, let's say they're UFC fighters, what do you do with personalities like that? How do you help them with their brand, or do you just take your hands off?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, both guys are great, starts with being great. I always say about fighters, they're like, oh, you know, when's there going to be another Conor McGregor? There's never going to be another. There will be a different version of somebody that other people will be attracted to or whatever. You know, both of these guys have great stories. The thing with Shaq is, You know, obviously he was a dominant player. He was massive. He was intimidating, like you said, and he was ripping rims off the, you know, the basket. But the thing that's really led him to be successful is number one, his drive. You have to be driven. You can have all those other things, but if you're not driven, you don't have it. He's got one of the greatest personalities of all time. I mean, all these other guys that were big and dominant and had all these other things, they didn't have this personality. He's hilarious, and he's one of the greatest human beings you will ever meet. And you not only know it when you meet him, but you see the way he treats people and how he carries himself. You know, you could put Shaq anywhere in the world. Obviously, he stands out. And then when you meet him, nobody walks away from Shaq and doesn't like him, you know? And then obviously, the other guy, great story about growing up, and he's a killer. He's still in the game and still doing what he's doing and still mentally motivated to go out and try to win. He's a killer. And to be good at anything in life, you have to be a killer.
Shaq, you said you've never partner unless you really believe in the product, right? So do you have a rule book for saying yes? Do you play it like by your gut, or is there certain things you look for?
Well, one, if it's a product that I'm not familiar with, I'll try it out. But if it's an existing product that we all know about, for example, we won our first championship, and Wheaties contacted my agent and said, hey man, we want to put you on the cover of Breakfast of Champions. And I turned him down. And my agent was like, you can't turn down Wheaties as a Breakfast of Champions. I was like, growing up in my neighborhood, we couldn't afford Wheaties. So I told my guy, contact Frosted Flakes. Contact Fruit Loops. Like, contact the cereals that I was familiar with. They turned us down. Second championship, Wheaties came back. He said, could you reconsider? I was like, I'm sorry, sir. I've never tasted Wheaties. Never will. If I go to the store, not looking at Wheaties. It's Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, all the cereals that I just described. Third time, same thing. Fourth time, they did a deal with the NBA, and me and D. Wade was on the cover after we won in Miami. But 5 years after I was playing, I get a call from my agent. He said, hey man, Frosted Flakes want to put you on the cover of 25 million boxes. He said, they're not paying a lot. I said, tell them they don't have to pay. So my dream finally came true. I was on 25 million boxes of Frosted Flakes. But again, to go back to answer your question, I have to believe in your product. Like I always want to consider myself an honest businessman. If I don't believe in your product, I can't take your money.
That's really interesting to me, Novak, because I think about Wheaties. I think Shaq's the perfect guy, right? What harm is it in being on the Wheaties box if you're Shaquille O'Neal? It looks like the right marriage, but it sounds to me like what you're talking about, Shaq, is authenticity. Do you have, you know, if it's not you, it doesn't matter if it seems on the surface like it's okay, it's not you. Do you have any kind of rule of thumb like that?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, look, everyone has their own, you know, strategies and the way they want their brand to be presented, and I don't like to be a billboard. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that. I never liked that. I cannot represent something or someone that I don't believe in, that I don't use it myself with my family, or that I would never do in, you know, it's as simple as that, as Shaq mentioned, not to repeat myself, but I think being authentic, being original goes a long way. It is a risk, but it's a risk that you should be taking, you're willing to take, because you can back it up. At the end of the day, when you invest in your performance, and you do what is the most important thing, which is to win, everything else will fall into place. You just need to create and navigate your own story and create a brand that you want to, you know, to be presented in a certain way for decades to come. So the world is changing, obviously, and you have to adapt, you have to adjust, and you have to have the right people around you. For me, that's probably the key thing. Like, who are the people around me? Are they thinking the way I'm thinking? You know, do they really understand me as a person, or what my values are, where I come from, what I want to do, how I see myself down the line, 5, 10, 20, 30 years. So that's the key, because in the end of the day, you can't be in the same, 5 same places at the same time. So you need to have a strong entourage around you, people who really resonate, vibrate with you so they can represent you in the right way.
It's so interesting when listening to you guys talk about that. It occurs to me, as you're speaking, that there are some athletes, I won't mention names, who give you the impression when they talk that they're calculating what they think the audience wants to hear. And it rubs fans the wrong way. And now that I'm thinking about it, none of them are really considered the GOAT or a GOAT in their sport. Do you think the authenticity off the field of play is connected to the greatness on the field of play at all?
I don't know about these guys, but when I'm listening to people, I can tell who's been coached. You know, to me, image is reality. I made that concept up because when I first got drafted, I met with an image firm. And it was like, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. I was like, that's not me. Image is reality. I have to be me. So, like, when I'm listening to people talk, I can tell who's been coached and what they're saying. You know, he makes a great point. I have a lot of people working for me that are smarter than me. And we collaborate and we work together. But they know and understand that I have to be authentic and I have to be myself. I will not sell you something that I'm not. Can't do it.
And particularly in the age of social media, they will find out. There's no hiding. You can't, you know, maybe decades ago you could hide, but Novak, nowadays, there's no hiding, right? If you're not yourself, they'll find you out.
100%, and it's hard. It's hard to resist that, you know what I mean? Somebody comes with a big paycheck and says, you know, you do this, you do that. And then oftentimes, because the player or the athletes maybe are not so convinced or confident in their vision, in who they are, and how they see themselves being presented out there in the world in the future, they get easily manipulated in their own small circle, you know, of trust or business or whoever is affecting you. So someone else from your vicinity can be, very often we see that with athletes, can be affecting your decision. And then you're like, oh my God, but this is not me, but it's already done. The contract is signed, and then you're going in the direction that you don't want your boat to be steering in that direction. But that's okay. You know, we all, in the end of the day, we all make mistakes, we all grow, we all learn from experiences. I think it's never too late, you know, to smack the table and just say, okay, I want to live my life. I want to be who I am, the way I want it. You know, I want to make things right the way I really feel in my heart.
Dana, you are, I think of every commissioner or promoter ever in any sport, and there's never been anyone who's more authentically themselves publicly in that position, especially than you. And maybe it's lucky that you came around, and then social media, because it wasn't around in the beginning of the UFC, but not long after, there it was, and that helped you amplify kind of your brand and the UFC's brand. Is that just kind of dumb luck, or was this going to work no matter what?
Yeah, no, I would say it was. You know, I grew up in a time when you used to watch CEOs or, you know, heads of leagues read canned statements that were written by lawyers, and even at a young age, you could see through that, and I always hated that. And yeah, I was never going to be that guy. Whether it worked or didn't work, you know, that remained to be seen. But it's obviously like everything that these guys have said is dead on. As long as you are true to yourself, you will never fail. I mean, being yourself is 100% tied to your success. Like, I don't do commercials, or I don't want to be in movies or TV shows or any of that stuff. I'm not into any of that. Unless it's related to the business, I'm not interested in it. And just recently, I had the CEO of Dodge fly out from Detroit to meet with me, and he basically said, I'm such a huge fan of your business and you and what you've built, and you know, I would love, so I'm getting involved with these guys. I'm like, this isn't what I do, and I have enough on my plate right now without taking this on. But I was interested in it. I was truly into it. So I started to think about it, and I agreed to do something with him. He hits me back a couple weeks later and says, if this is a hard no, I understand, but I would love we looked at all these celebrities and we don't want any of them. We want you to be the voice of this Dodge Ram thing. And I was like, yeah, there's no way in hell I'm doing this. It's just, and he goes, can I send you the script? And I said, yeah. He sent me the script. I read it. I said, I will go downstairs and voice this over right now. I literally did it in 2 takes and voiced over the Dodge Ram thing. But like these guys were saying, it's about being authentic and doing something that you actually like and believe in way more than just the money.
Yeah, if you try to do someone else, they're already doing that better than you can, right? And so you're just yourself, and you hope that that resonates, and it will, I suppose, if you achieve at a certain level, as all 3 of you have.
Well, it either does or it doesn't, but as long as you're doing something that you are truly into and you believe in, and it represents you, and you really feel it, then it's probably going to work, which is basically every commercial Shaq does. Like, tell me a commercial Shaq does. Everything Shaq does is great because Shaq has, you know, the personality, and no matter what it is, it feels authentic.
Absolutely. Even on the, you know, Chuck says something that cracks you up, intentionally or not. It's the best part of the show when you see Shaq can't stop
Shaq could
laughing.
sell this water right here. He could sell anything. He's just got, some guys have that thing, and Shaq's got it in truckloads.
Shaq, before we finish, is there anything you keep in mind that you say, like, my name is going to outlive my game? Is there anything that any principle that you hold in mind there?
Not really. And I know you asked a question, and I know we're over time. I want to take this time to thank His Excellency and his business partners for putting this forum together. I've been to a lot of forums, but I'm actually a kid right now. Max, I love you. I love what you stand for. I love the knowledge you give to the sport. Like, a lot of times when you're watching a sport, all the stuff that goes around is not as important as it should be, but you make it important. The knowledge you have of boxing, I love you. Dana, I've been friends with you 15, 20 years. You've been the same guy since day one. I remember when you called me out of nowhere and you gave me $1 million watch. You almost made me cry. And you, my brother, I love you. Like Dana said, you're a killer. You know, I love people from your country. In your country, they call me Onilovich. So thank you for putting this panel together. Like, I flew in from Tokyo last night. I was tired, but up here with all this greatness, it's just you know, I learned a lot from you today. I learned a lot from you today. And I just want to say thank you to His Excellency and his people, and I look forward to coming back to Saudi Arabia, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Shaq has something that Magic Johnson has, by the way. Very few people have this. Shaq walks into a room and makes everyone in the room want to be the best version of themselves. And like, very few people I've encountered have that, but Shaq certainly has it. Novak, do you have any kind of message for the next generation of athletes to take from your journey, maybe particularly from athletes who are not from the West or feel like they're coming in from the outside?
Anything is possible. Believe in your dreams, nurture them. Don't let anybody crash those dreams, your aspirations. Invest in yourself, in your journey, in your personality, educate yourself. Play the long game, build the legacy, build the brand. Don't limit yourself only to hitting a tennis ball over the net. Be a complete personality, because that's what's needed in today's world. And don't forget to enjoy, you know. Don't forget why you started playing the sport. 99.9% of the athletes worldwide, when we're kids, we play because we love the game. We love the play. We fall in love. So bring that back in the toughest moments. Bring the intrinsic love for the game and the passion, and then everything else will fall into place.
The joy at the Joy Forum, it's a good message. Dana, how about you? You built your legacy through largely allowing others to kind of get their stories out there. What does it mean to you to have created this stage? MMA was basically non-existent when you showed up on the scene. It was a fringe is a polite way of saying where the sport is, and you took it mainstream. What does it mean to you to have created something out of nothing, out of thin air, and that allows these athletes to tell their stories and keeps the kind of greatness multiplying?
I don't think about it that way until somebody like you says something like that. It's not really what I think about. It's like he was just saying, it's about loving what you do, having a vision, being passionate about it, and thank God I still am. I still love this. I love this sport. And again, Sheikh Turkey, we're getting into the boxing business together, Nick. And I love it. I love all the madness around this sport and what it brings. I love the competition. Lots of people calling us out now, and I just love everything about this sport. I don't think about legacy or what I've built or what I've done. I don't look at it that way. But when you look at, and I was just saying this, that, doing interviews on the way in here, Sheikh Turkey in Saudi Arabia has pumped new life into boxing, and really, I mean, seriously, what Sheikh Turkey in Saudi Arabia has done for this sport, and guys like you and I mean, we know what's happening right now would have never happened without this, and everything in life is about timing, and the timing is right for me right now, the timing is right for you, and we're going to have some fun over the next few years. That's what I think about. I don't think about my legacy or what I did or any of this stuff. I'm still in the middle of this. I'm still grinding it out, and this is what I love to do.
Boxing fans forever, and you and I are boxing fans, have been complaining that, the fights never get made. And Turki al-Sheikh showed up, and now they're complaining they're getting made too fast.
In 2 years.
What?
No, in 2 years, the fights that this guy has made in the last...
Yeah, right. They're not used to it.
It's incredible. It's unbelievable. But that's how busted boxing was. Boxing was so broken, it took this to make these type of fights happen. And, yeah, I love it. I love it, and I'm excited about it. And I feel, like I said, I feel reinvigorated, and I'm ready to dive into this thing and do some fun stuff over the next few years.
And shows you also the difference that individuals can make. If Turkey's not a boxing fan, this doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. If you like something else, sorry, boxing, it's something else that's going to be, and not boxing, but lucky for us, that wasn't the case. So this is an era where performance becomes ownership and legacy becomes enterprise, but it seems to me that the big message from all three of you is authenticity. And to be yourself, and then work as hard as you can at what you do, but stay true to yourself. I think we can agree that's the message here?
Nailed it.
Yes.
That's it. All right, thank you. Shaq, Novak, Dana, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so that's the first two sessions, and we are up to session number 3, which is a special treat. I'll play music. Shaq, great to see you, brother. Thank you, thank you. I'm honored. Great to meet you. Thank you. You did a great job. Thank you, brother. Thank you. You're so fun. You're so fun. Thank you. Now, I'd like to welcome WWE President Nick Khan and CEO of the General Entertainment Authority, Faisal Bafarat. Nick, I know you chose that walkout music.
This is your walkout music.
This is my walkout music? We need a microphone for Nick. There we go.
How's that? Better?
Great. Welcome, guys. Pleasure to be talking to you both. Nick, WrestleMania, which I've been watching since I was a little kid, from WrestleMania 1, right? It's always been about emotion and connection and spectacle. What does it mean for you to take this iconic event beyond the US? It's the first time it's happened.
It was a natural next step for us. I think at WWE, we realized a number of years ago, you can't simply pipe American product out globally and hope to be a global product. You actually have to have boots on the ground. So if you look at what we've done with our premium live events, formerly known as pay-per-views, over the last few years, about half of those now take place outside of the United States. We're in the 8th year of a long-term partnership with Turkey al-Sheikh and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Faisal and the General Entertainment Authority. We're bringing Royal Rumble here at the end of January. It's the first time Royal Rumble, which is our second or third biggest event, will take place outside of the United States or Canada. And WrestleMania 2027, as you just mentioned, will be here in April of that year. First time ever WrestleMania, as you also said, outside of the US or Canada. We're excited. We think viewership is going to be strong. We think people will come to the kingdom to see our show, and we're going to put on a spectacle.
What made Saudi Arabia make so much sense in terms of doing it here? Because there are plenty of places to choose from, I'm sure, that would love to have WrestleMania.
WWE had received a number of different offers from entities, again, outside of the US. And to me, as I try to help lead the company, it's all about relationships. And I think a word that's used too often in our collective business is partnership. But when you're actually partners with somebody, and you could call them and say, hey, there's an issue on this, can we fix this? Yeah, no problem. That's what Turkey and Faisal and Dr. Akan have done with us repeatedly. So when Turkey expressed interest in having it here, we got together for a couple of different meetings, worked out the deal in short order, and then had the good fortune of announcing it the day before Canelo Crawford, our first fight together in Las Vegas, which you graciously called.
That was an honor to call a spectacle like that. I mean, what a thing with that global audience, something boxing hasn't seen in literally decades. Can you talk at all about the new sort of global environment for sports and entertainment? I mean, is this a reflection of that?
I think so. And look, the kingdom, they were the first movers. So remove, as Djokovic talked about, remove Western Europe for a moment, and you know, sports emanating from there. When you saw the kingdom get into it, you saw a lot of folks after that also want to get into it. So WWE being the first partner of the kingdom, we took a bit of a risk, they took a bit of a risk, and boom, it paid off. And from there, I think you've seen the expansion of a number of different sports globally.
Faisal, Saudi Arabia's entertainment journey has been an extraordinary one, considering where it was and where it is now, from concerts to festivals, hosting global icons like the WWE. What message does this send the world?
I think the message we're sending to the world that we're serious about entertainment and we are here to compete globally. Our people, just give perspective of where we were, because just you said where it was, and many people forget where it was. They see where the entertainment is today, and they forget that about 10 years ago, entertainment was non-existent in Saudi. When the Crown Prince launched the Vision 2030, entertainment and culture were two key pillars of the vision to diversify economy and to improve the quality of life. At the time, we didn't have any entertainment in the country, so it was very far-fetched, and we started forging partnership. Our first and best partnership to date, I think, with the WWE. We were competing with many states, with many leading cities on WrestleMania. And from day one, our chairman, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, told us we want to bring WrestleMania to Saudi. Now you have to remember that time we hosted 1 or 2 small WWE event. I remember we're talking to Mr. McMahon. We told him that we want to bring WrestleMania, and he said it's never been done, and it sounds crazy to bring it to Saudi, but he loved crazy. And it's been in the work for the past 7 years. And fast forward 13 events, and here we are announcing the WrestleMania.
And it sounds like something that Nick also mentioned, that in order to go at warp speed like that, it's built on relationships first. Is that correct?
Indeed. And actually, throughout the process, you feel ownership of the brand. So we don't think of WWE as an IP that comes to do an event and look. It's a brand that we're part of, and the way it's reflected and it's seen to consumer and audience is as important to us as it is to WWE.
Yeah, you both talked about connection, right? That entertainment, and in the previous panel with Shaq and Novak and Dana, they talked about entertainment and sports bringing people together. How do you see that playing out in Saudi Arabia?
I think if you go to any of the WWE event, the minute you step into the event, doesn't matter where you're from, it doesn't matter your age, your gender, you're just the WWE fans, and that's what brings us together.
Is that something that's endemic to the WWE, Nick?
I think so. I'll also say this. I think for the individual sports, combat sports in particular, so UFC, boxing, what our plans are there, and wrestling, professional wrestling, people remember where they were when certain moments happened. So if I said to you, where were you when Fan Man flew in the ring for Bo Holyfield? You remember.
100%.
If I say to people, where were you when Hulk Hogan slammed Andre the Giant? People remember. If I say to people, where were you when Conor McGregor fought Khabib? And the aftermath of that, people remember. And I think that's unique to combat sports. Team sports are a little different. You'll remember the moments that happened in those sports, but you won't exactly remember where you were.
So interesting. What is that about?
I think it was your mention to Dana on the earlier panel about the fight game is the literal sport for which all others are metaphors.
Yeah.
So when you see someone, you said the will getting imposed on them, or when you see someone knocked out, it's different than seeing someone lose a sporting event. And that's no disrespect to any sport. And by the way, one comment on Shaq, on Novak, on Dana, and on Turkey. All outsiders who did not come up in the inside, who had some sort of, and I know, Dana I consider a close friend, Turkey as well, and in knowing Shaq's story and now knowing Novak's story, there was something in their childhood that created a fire. Even if you remember the Shaq song, biological didn't bother, that's why Phil is my father, and he referred to, growing up with a sergeant.
Bothered him enough to put it in a song.
Correct,
right.
Correct. There's something that creates that fire that drives folks like that. I think it drives WWE. It's almost an anger or a chip on your shoulder, if you will, but you can't present that way in business. So my compliments to all of those folks for all they've accomplished, and to you and to Turkey, who's the same breed.
Yeah, that is super interesting. Leave it to Nick. I've never considered that, but it's true. In combat sports, for whatever reason, you remember where you were when the wow moment happened. Is that very important to the kingdom to create those wow moments in entertainment?
Absolutely, because that's the time. You can take any event and have it anywhere, but you have to add your own flavor, and you need to meet audience expectation. And I think this is one thing that we did with the Riyadh season. They always expect more from any event and from any event, anything that we do.
Expect more. How do you keep delivering more?
It's challenging, and we keep working. It's work in progress always.
So far, so good, right? Yeah.
By the way, Max, just one last thing on the you remember where you were. Even think back, like 1981, Cooney Holmes.
Of course.
I remember trying to find out, my family and I, who had HBO, so you could go watch it, and then watching it at a neighbor's house, and sort of seeing that fight. And I'm sure you have your own memory of that as well.
Oh, right, of course, yeah. Well, back then you had to go to a closed circuit. You had to go to a movie theater and pay $50 to watch it in a movie theater, usually in a bad neighborhood.
And there was no HD, as you know. You could barely see the screen. Yeah.
No, the Palladium over on 14th Street. You had to get by a certain crowd to get in there. But can you talk about, Nick, now that we're on the subject, one thing the WWE does exceptionally well and has done well for decades is tell stories. I mean, I used to think that it was like modern Shakespeare, right? Very easy to understand, but everyone from all walks of life could immediately understand it and have a rooting interest. So that really means that doesn't matter what culture you're from, you're uniting around the same story. Is that something that's on your mind as someone who's running the company?
It is. It's a constant storytelling, and I think with WWE and with UFC, and what we believe you'll see in boxing, the story doesn't end when the show that night ends. It continues throughout the week. And you've seen boxing in particular miss that. Normally when the fight's off the air, it's over. And you've seen with Turkey's show with you and Mike Coppinger, the story continues now.
Water cooler, they used to call it, yeah.
Correct. At WWE and UFC, because mainstream press, when social media was first coming around, refused to cover either sport. You were forced to go to social media to get your sport covered. And then boom, social media took off and you're first movers in the space. And if you look at X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever is your choice, you'll see massive UFC presence, massive WWE presence, and we believe you'll soon see massive boxing presence. You've seen it with the fights Turkey's done.
Oh my God, from your lips to God's ears, that would be amazing. How would you describe, Faisal, how would you describe the Saudi audience? Could you describe the Saudi audiences? Like what is that audience, the market in Saudi in terms of sports consumption?
So Saudi is fairly a young generation, 50% under the age of 35. And I think we've talked throughout the sessions today about how entertainment is global. So Saudi audience is no different than US audience or UK audience. And we see that clearly with the big IPs. If you go and host any events, the same reaction, the same acceptance, everybody accepts the same from the same IP.
Did you say 50% under 35?
35, yes.
So it's a young, passionate audience.
Young, passionate, yes. Similar to the baby boom in the US back in the 70s and 80s.
And does that inform your choice of entertainment programming?
It certainly make it easier because all the innovation and all the new trends come from the younger generation. So we don't have to work hard to sell our products. They're ready for the products.
Nick, I've heard Dana talk about where broadcasting might be heading or media might be heading. If I'm misquoting you, Dana, you can correct me, but it was when we were kids, there was, at least in the United States, there were 5 channels, more or less, 6 with UHF, maybe a few more. But that when you look at the way media is sort of the gravity of certain outlets, it looks like maybe we could be heading there again in the not too distant future, where there are several or a handful of dominant media outlets. So what does that mean about the kind of stories that we need to tell or need to be told in order to resonate?
Go where the audience is if you can do so organically. So even when Dana talked earlier about, it sort of became this male soap opera of the UFC fighters talking about him or negotiations or each other, whatever it was compelling. The Ultimate Fighter is the only time buy in the history of television that worked.
It was a time buy,
It's a time buy.
Right, I forget about
in the history of television. Because when a network gets its money guaranteed, it usually has no motivation to promote the show. But they promoted the show, they meaning Dana, his team, and the brothers. It's the same thing at WWE with our Netflix deal. Netflix is easy. Think about it, you go to your room here, you put on Netflix, it's the same interface that you have at your place in Los Angeles, and you get to resume the shows that you were watching before you traveled here. Easy. YouTube, easy. Paramount Plus, do not underestimate what they are doing with their new ownership. They are equipped, they are ready to go, and they have a fire inside of them. You saw the deal that the UFC and Dana did with them? Boom. They put a flag in the ground to show that we are here, and this is the kind of company we are. Would not underestimate that group.
So it's increasingly a smaller world, right? And so is the idea that because the world is closer together in a sense than it's ever been because of media technologies, that we're looking for that one story that resonates that has a potential to resonate globally? I mean, it seems like the WWE is the perfect kind of product for that.
Look, our numbers are up significantly over the last 5 years. I even got an email last night as I was traveling here on Mattel is our primary toy sponsor. Sales up 33% year over year in Australia. Sales up 25% year over year in the United Kingdom. Number one, it's because of the expansion to have our biggest events internationally. And number two, don't underestimate the power of Netflix again on that people can watch it in the ease in which we watch Netflix. So it's benefited all parts of the company.
Faisal, could you talk at all about the infrastructure here in Saudi Arabia that makes this possible?
Yes, so I spoke about the challenge His Excellency put on us to bring WrestleMania. And at the time, I think WrestleMania was not the goal itself. And the goal was not to just host the event, but being able as a newcomer to the entertainment market to host such a big spectacle and to provide it in a world-class standard. And it took us 7 years to reach that point. So like I said, this has been 7 years in the work, and when the time was right, it was announced.
Nick, is there anything we can expect coming up that we don't know about yet? I'm trying to get a little scoop before we get out of here.
Listen, I mentioned UFC and Paramount. We have Zuffa Boxing, Turkey, Dana, myself, Dr. Rakan, Faisal, with Paramount Plus as well. That's coming in January. Look for it. And by the way, I always have go ahead, what were you going to say?
I heard about this, yeah.
Yeah. You'll be across it with us. I saw someone tease that the other day. So that's the news of the day for us. And by the way, we're happy you're back, and you're happy you're back with us. So thank you.
Thanks. Glad to be back with you guys, especially. Thank you. Faisal, finally, we talk about bringing events here, but I imagine also you want to export your own stories, yes?
Yeah, and I think a good example would be Riyadh Season card. You mentioned in the previous session what Riyadh Season did to the boxing sport. And you look at the card today, we started in Riyadh, then we moved to the UK, the US, so it's everywhere, anytime. As long as you have it done in specific standard and what audience would expect from you, then you're good.
What I hear is that WrestleMania may be one event, but the idea behind it is bigger. And thank you very much, Nick and Faisal, for joining me.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, Faisal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Nick.
All right. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ministers, honored guests. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the K-Wave Rising panel. Korea's creative journey proves how discipline, collaboration, and cultural pride can turn local stories into global phenomenon. Today, we hope to share some of those lessons to see how Korea's storytelling systems and creative values can inspire Vision 2030 and new partnerships can forge between Korea and Saudi Arabia.
Every great wave begins with rhythm, the kind you can't see, but you can always feel. Korea mastered it, turning creativity into a system and passion into precision. And now Saudi Arabia is opening the stage for that rhythm to travel, a place ready to build, host, and expand with whatever comes next. Together, the masters of technique and facilitators of scale can rewrite the rule book as we know it for a world where talent and technology have no limits. Please welcome our guests to the stage, three creators who helped define the golden age of storytelling.
So we'll have director Yoon Jae-gyun, actors Lee Byung-hun and Lee Jung-jae.
They found a new place, different rules, but the same game.
I think just before we start, I've been asked to inform everyone that on the translation devices, English can be found on channel 2, and Korean could be on channel 3. So I'm happy to kick things off. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for many reasons. The first one is being in Saudi Arabia, my country. We're honored to have you. And secondly, for giving us some of your time for this panel, which I'm sure would be a very engaging and fruitful one with our audience. If I can start with you, please, Director. You know, it's amazing to see how far the space has come in Korea and you know, how it's really traveled to become a source of legitimate source power all across the world. But if I wanted to start with a personal question for you, sir, I want to know a habit that you have embodied that has improved your work so much that you find yourself doing it in your practice today.
Sorry. 한 가지만 이야기를 하라 그러면은
Well, if you want me to mention one habit, I would say it's writing.
진짜 크리에이티브하게 글을 쓰는 게 되게 어려운
I believe
일이기는
that
하지만
creative writing is an extremely difficult process.
계속 머리를 싸매면서 혼자 고민하고
the
이런
act
것보다
of
그냥 저는
I believe that
일기 쓰듯이
rather than
그냥
torturing
매일매일
myself over it,
조금이라도
it's better to write
대본을
a little
쓰고
every
또
day,
수정을
kind of
하고
like a
하는
diary.
글 쓰는 게
So
지금까지
I would say that
제가
writing
작품을 계속할 수
is
있었던 큰
a big
원동력이
part,
아닐까
a
생각을 합니다.
motivating power in how I continued my
Would
work.
you say it's almost like a form of therapy for you when you're writing?
네, 제가 하여튼 항상 그
I would say that
주로 뭐 제작도 하고 연출도 하고 뭐 많이 했었는데
I've done producing and I've done creating too, but for one piece I did a lot of the writing and I did a lot of the editing.
Thank you so much. Next question to Byung-hun. Again, you know, you have so many fans, obviously back home, and let me tell you, you have a lot in Saudi Arabia as well. I'm one of them. Can you let us in on a secret of yours, a practice that you found yourself doing recently that has helped you with your professional work as an actor?
저는 그 배우라는 직업은 다른 사람의
Personally, I think when it
인생을
comes to actor,
잠깐 대신
I think it's a job that live someone else's life. So in the past, I had this habit of watching over or observing people, someone with different habits or someone with different actions or different thoughts. So I liked to watch over people and observe them, and I was interested in knowing why those people have that specific actions and why they have these kind of thoughts. So I always thought about that for a long time. And then I gradually was able to realize that there are different types of personality, and that's something that I learned by myself. So that actually helped me to display or portray different kind of personalities when I was engaged in my work.
Thank you so much for that. And then lastly, for this question, JJ, again, you know, a lot of fans for you in this country. And I'm sure a lot of people here would like to know if you have something that you have incorporated in your daily habits that has helped you in your acting career.
저도 역시 다른 분들과 마찬가지.
I share my sentiments with others.
전 세계에서 개봉되는
I believe that shows or movies that are revealed internationally, as well as reality shows, are all points of interest for me. I try to keep track of most of them. Not just shows from Korea, but I believe that many people from around the world have interest in certain kinds of shows, and I believe that it is important to continuously check what people around the world are interested in. That's a new habit that I developed, actually, and that has been very helpful in me deciding my next projects. And it has also aided me in shape my character for any new projects I take on in the future. And so I will try to watch other content to draw inspiration for my next projects.
It's interesting. It's a good segue to our next point, which is right now, all of you are in the stages where you can select your projects. You're always in high demand. It was not always like that. You know, you guys have careers that span 30 years. So I want to talk a little bit about when we started, the hardships and how we overcame them, right? Maybe I can start with Director Yoon. Tidal Wave Haeundae in 2009 was our first Korean national disaster blockbuster. No one had seen a budget that big and a Hollywood-style movie that had so much Korean emotion with it. It's one of my favorite movies. But I know it must have been very hard to get financing in 2009 for a project like that. It must have been hard to deal with the CG of it. So I want to ask you, how that project came about. How did you get it made? What were the hardest things, and what did you do to accomplish them?
Well, as for my craft, Haeundae is based upon the Korea's one of the vacation attractions where it was actually devastated by the tsunami. The challenges I had was the fact that, the investors, none of the investors had a trust in me. I think that was the most struggling part for me. The reason was because even before that craft Haeundae, I was engaged in producing comedy work. I was a director directing all the comedies, but suddenly I announced the world that I will go into the disaster related work, so everyone was surprised, the investors. And back then, the production cost for Korean movies was around 3 billion won, but Haeundae was about 12 billion won. So everyone was doubtful whether it was okay for someone like me to receive that investment. And same goes to the actors as well. I think Mr. Lee, both of you guys received the script, but they declined, I guess, right?
상했던 것 같은데 그 당시에 이제 우리
So,
이병헌 씨나 이정재 씨가
Mr. Both of them, someone like them, the famous ones,
블록버스터를 한다 그러니까
when they heard that someone like me would like to go on with the disaster movies, they didn't have a deep trust on me. So
감독에 대한 그 신뢰가
the lack of
약했기 때문에
trust
그게 제일 어려웠고
to the director was the challenge I had back then, and the only way that I can prove is that I will do my best and prove it with the results.
진짜
So
죽기 살기로 정말
I
열심히 했던 것
was
같아요.
100% all in with it.
한국에서는 한 번도
So
안 해봤던 그
I was able
컴퓨터
to
그래픽이 많이 들어가는 작품이었는데
introduce some of the
결국 또
computer
할리우드까지
graphics
날아가서
in the production,
또
and I
배우고,
went into Hollywood, learned a lot from
기술적인
them in terms
부분이라든지
of the
드라마적인
technology
부분이라든지
and dramas,
어떻게 하든지 잘
so that I can
성공시켜서
make it into
감독으로서
a track
능력을
record,
증명을 해야
so that I
되겠다
can
하는 그런
prove
부담감이
myself as a director. So that was the burden I carried. But
결과가
fortunately,
좋아서
the result was actually very good. So that's why I am here today.
And I think it's fascinating where we are with Korean content. I think we hear the same things. Korean budgets are too high now. Let's keep doing safe shows, right? But I think this is, is it history repeating itself? I'm hoping that going forward we can take the chances of making creative content that's different. Maybe ask for a little bit more budgets and have the global industry understand that our creators are good enough to deliver on a project. And Tidal Wave, by the way, became one of the biggest box office hits that year, and it's still one of the most cherished films in Korea. I want to switch a little bit to Lee Byung-shi, and you arguably Korea's most iconic and internationally acclaimed actor. You have 40 feature films almost under your belt, 10 TV series. But on top of that, you have 5 Hollywood films, right? And you were doing, when I first saw you in G.I. Joe, I grew up in Spain and the US. I didn't know who you were. But seeing you in a blockbuster, seeing a Korean male, 그거 되게 멋있잖아요. Just killing it was very prideful moment for me. But I understand that must not have been an easy transition for you to go from the Korean system to the Hollywood system. So I want to ask you, not only did you do that, but you did 4 more other movies there. What was the hardest part of transitioning from a Korean system to the US system? What was good, what was bad, what would you keep from it?
사실 헐리우드의 블록버스터를 거의 처음 이제
I believe it was one of my very first Hollywood blockbusters that I filmed. It was my first experience, and I felt very out of depth. It felt as if I was thrown out into the Pacific Ocean, and I had no sense of direction, but I had to continue swim forward, looking for land. That was how daunting it felt to be in a Hollywood film. Different cultures, different language, and there I was trying to use their language and trying to base myself on their culture to portray my emotions and act in front of the screen. And that was much more difficult than I have ever thought.
And you did 4 more, right? So you kept on going back.
그렇죠.
I guess you could say that. I thought, well, I'm here now, so I should continue doing it. And thankfully, I continued to get casting offers. And when I was filming Magnificent Seven, I was reminded of the actual Western movies that I watched with my father when I was young. And it felt very monumental that a Korean actor was cast as one of the main characters of a Western film. It was a dream come true for me.
And 이정재 씨는, you just did Acolyte, your first U.S. show. It must have been difficult, being in all in English language. It must have been a bit different system versus what you're used to. The question is, it was a great show. You were successful. Do you feel as though, and Lee Byung-shi, and the same question goes for you guys, do you feel as though you need to do English language shows now, given how popular Korean language shows and Korean actors are doing? 10 years ago, everyone wanted to succeed in Hollywood. Is it necessary now to do Hollywood shows, or can we just do Korean language shows that are bigger in scale? What do you think?
글쎄요,
personally,
연기라는 것이
when it comes to acting, I
언어에서
think
주는 어떤 그런 표현이 굉장히
the expressions from
중요하기
language
때문에
do matter.
다른 나라 언어로
So,
연기한다라는 것이
acting
매우
in
좀
a foreign language
낯설고
was
또 어려운
a little
부분이기는
difficult
했어요.
and a little awkward for me personally.
그 스타워즈 그 TV
So,
쇼를
as for Star
찍으면서
Wars TV show, when I did a Star Wars TV show,
다른 나라 언어로 이렇게 연기를 잘 해낼 수 있을까?
was doubtful whether I could be engaged in international films speaking in a foreign language, because back then in the past,
테크 쪽으로 굉장히 이제 발전을 많이 하고 있었던
there was a lot
때여서
of development in the tech side. So
그때 당시에도 그 아콜라이트 찍을 때도
when I was engaged in Acolyte,
보이스 레코드를 이제
I had to
했거든요. 그래서
do the voice
왜 이거 하는
recording.
거냐라고 했더니
And so I asked them why I have to do the voice recording, and they said that
다른 대사를 또
the
만들어서
half of the
편집할 수도
movies
있다.
will
그래서
utilize
이제
the voice recorded through the technology, so that's why the voice recording was done.
해놓는 거다라고 얘기를
So that was the answer from the technicians.
이게 물론 이제 그 다른 나라의
So,
언어를
of
굉장히
course,
충분히 연습을 해서 연기를 하는 것이 더
practicing a foreign language to engage in acting is the best way to
좀 더
have
많은
trust.
작품에 출연을
But
할 수 있다면은
if I were to
이렇게
be able to engage in
기술적인
more
도움을
work or
받아서
craft,
많은 작품에
maybe
또 출연을 하는 것도 좋은 방법일 수도
backed by the
있겠다라는
technology will
생각을
be
하게 됐어요.
another
그러다
opportunity.
보니까
So
저뿐만 아니라
not only me, but
다른
other
나라의 많은 배우분들이
artists around the world,
자신의
even
연기력만 뛰어나다면은 다른 나라의
when they have a good
언어도
acting
기술적인
capability,
어떤 그런 도움을
I think
받아서
they can receive the technological
훌륭한
support
것도 잘
to engage
만들어낼 수
in an
있는
international
그런
film.
시대가 되는
So
게
I think this is an
아닐까.
era
그렇다고
that
보면은,
we're in.
모르겠습니다.
So
이 연기라는 것이 꼭
in that regard,
나의 그러니까 기술적인 도움을 받지 않고 나의
I think acting,
연기로만 하는 것이 더 의미가 있기는 하지만
of course, it is more meaningful if we don't receive any technological support, but
또 그런 작품들에서는 또
the
큰
works
도움이
that's
되지
related to
않을까라는
entertainment
생각을
factors
하면서
might be
앞으로
helpful if we receive more support from the
세상이
technology. So going
펼쳐질지
forward,
저
I'm
참
curious to
기대가
know
되고
what kind of
있습니다.
the
요즘
world
같은
we'll be
시대에.
experiencing, actually.
네. 근데 저희는 함께 그 스퀴드 게임을 같이 했잖아요.
So we did the Squad Game
그
together.
경험을 통해서 어떤 생각을 했냐면
So what we thought was
사실 그 세계 많은 그 배우들이나 혹은
the
감독들이
actors around the world and also the directors
헐리우드에서
around the
어떤
world
경험을 해보고 싶어 하고 또
wanted to
최종적인 어떤
experience
목표로
in
삼기도
Hollywood,
하고
and then that
그런
is their
경우들이
ultimate
이전
goal or
시대에는
destination.
있었다면
And that
그
was
스트리밍
actually
서비스의
what
어떤
everyone in the past had as their goal. But
우리는 함께
the
또
power of the
느꼈어요.
streaming
그렇기 때문에
service is something that both of us have experienced as well. So
인해서
because of the
어느
rise of the
나라에서건
streaming service now
컨텐츠
enabled
자체만
all the
이야기만
people
정말
around the
굉장히
world
훌륭하다면 이제는
with the
그것이
great
어떤
content,
언어이든 어떤 문화이든
albeit different cultures or languages, they have a capacity to have a success as a Hollywood blockbuster. So I think we have different types of window to enter into the global era.
That's interesting. I think we all live in our comfort, especially the three of you are so successful, you can live in your comfort zones, or you can do something a little bit different. And I think for Ijun, I mean, you talked about being an actor as well, and before Squid Game, he also had 30 movies, 10 TV series under his belt, first Asian actor to get an Emmy, but now he's challenging himself to try to be a director, and that must not have been easy. So can you talk a little bit about challenge yourself again, trying to do something different? What were the steps? What's your thought process behind doing that?
제가 한 15년, 20년 전, 15년
About
전이었던 것 같아요.
15, 20, no, 15 years ago,
어떤 영화를 찍으려고 이제
I was getting ready
홍콩에서
for a
촬영을 할 때가
shoot,
있었고 또
and
그
I was
홍콩
staying in Hong Kong actually.
배우분들과 함께
And
영화 작업을 같이 하고 있었는데
I was working on this film with the
배우분이
Hong Kong actors.
연기자인데
And those
보내면 다음
actors
달에는
were not just
연출을
actors,
하고
they
저번
were actually going to be
달에는
part of
친구 영화
production in the
프로듀싱
next
프로듀서
month.
역할을 해줬다고 그러시더라고요.
Some of them were
그러면서
even producers
내년에는
of movies.
자기가 쓴
And in the
시나리오가
upcoming
영화로
year,
만들어질
one of their
것이다.
scenarios
이렇게
was
얘기하더라고요.
going
그래서
to
되게 좀
be turned into a
부럽다라는 생각이
movie. And I
들었는데
watched that
본인은
with a growing sense of longing.
배우이면서 감독이면서
They were
작가이면서
directors, screenwriters,
때로는 친구
and
영화
actors.
프로듀싱도 해주는 그런
Sometimes they
사람인데
jump in on a
그게
friend's
이렇게
producing,
나뉘어지는 게 아니라 자기는
but they weren't
영화인이다라는
segments of themselves. They all came under the umbrella of being a film persona. And I thought that was a great aspect. And I thought that was such a great word to describe yourself, a film persona. So I really looked up to their passion, and I wanted to be as passionate as them. That's why I thought if I had the right opportunity, I wanted to dabble in producing and screenwriting. I wasn't really expecting myself to be in the producing business, but as someone in the content business or as a film persona, I believe that you should be able to chase after your passion and do your best.
So, under Vision 2030, one of the big pillars obviously is a culture element to it. And under the culture is the Film Commission that tries to attract movie making to come and being shot on Saudi shores. And I heard some good news that Director Yoon, you are currently working on a project on Saudi shores. Can you tell me how that project came to fruition? And maybe you can tell us a little bit about the project itself.
예, 뭐 결론적으로는 잘 돼가고 있고요.
It's going well.
내용은
So far, so good.
우리가
And
그때 조이 어워즈 시상식에서도 제가 말씀을 드렸는데
as I brought up during the awards,
1970년대
the content
그때
is
저희
about
부모님 세대가
our parent generations in the
사우디아라비아의 건설
1970s
현장에서
when they were
돈을
dispatched to
벌어서
the Saudi Arabian
또 그
construction
돈이
sites to
결국
gain
우리나라
money,
경제 발전에
and
큰
that
힘이
led us
됐습니다.
to an economic growth
그래서
of the Republic of Korea.
많은 한국인들이
So a lot of Koreans back then
되게 또 고맙게 생각을 하고
really
진심으로
showed
또 좋아하는
thankfulness and appreciation to Saudi Arabia, and that's why Koreans do love Saudi Arabians as well.
사우디에서 지금 주베일항을 메인 모티브로 삼고
Jubail
있는데
Port
주베일항을
in the past is the key theme of the project, which was actually made with the Hyundai ENC. So the officials back then from Hyundai and also the public officials from Saudi Arabia. And the conflict and the fraud between the two of them is the main story. And we are partnering up with the Sela Group as well.
That's great, thank you. And JJ, I've heard obviously great news that you are now entering the world of directing, so congratulations to that. And you have also started your own entertainment company in Korea. Do you envision a future where you'd be doing some projects with Saudi entities?
너무 하고 싶다라는 생각이
I am more than willing to partner up with Saudi entities, and
있다 보니까
being here at Joy Forum,
구체적으로 만들어서
I'm feeling that I should flesh out some ideas and really get creative with it.
함께 연기를 할 수 있는 그런
I think that being able to having a story where multiple actors can come together and craft something would be a great opportunity, and I hope that through connections I'll be able to create films where I can invite Saudi Arabian actors, or maybe a TV show that involves Saudi Arabian actors. I know that director Yoon is currently deep in production on Saudi shores, and I would like to take up the mantle after
So
him.
I have one last question, and then Hyun, you can wrap up. And my last question is for Byung-hun. 30 years of experience in what you do. The Korean film industry has become a global powerhouse. As a Saudi, and for many people in our audience today, would want to know, what can we learn from the success of the Korean film industry that we can incorporate to grow our film industry to one day be, as big of a powerhouse as the Korean film is?
And I think it's mostly, being a renowned actor, what can we bring to the future actors, the
From the
management
acting
companies
front.
here?
Yep.
사실 저도 한국에서 배우로서 생활을 하면서
Well, as a Korean actor myself,
안에만 있으니까 왜 다른 나라에서도
I have
우리의
always
콘텐츠를 이렇게나 좋아할까
been curious to
굉장히
know why
궁금했었어요.
K-pop is loved by so many people around the world. And I asked this
우리나라의
to someone
콘텐츠를
in the Hollywood scene,
사람들이 많이 찾고
the question regarding why Korean content is highly required by many, and the answer from them is about the originality of the story itself, because we utilize a lot of
알 수 없는 그런 어떤 이야기의 전개
subjects, and something unexpected in terms of the storytelling is captivating to so many people. So I realized that the freedom of expression is the most important thing. And
또 지금의 어린 친구들
the young generations here, I mean the teenagers and the people in their 20s who would like to jump into the movie scene,
정부 차원에서건 어디서건 계속 꾸준한
I
투자가
think
좀 필요할
they
거라고
require the investment from the public sector or the other way around. Even though the investment is not translated into the result, I believe that in 5, 10 to 15 years of time, they will come up with drastic changes. That's my personal opinion.
If you want to see a masterclass in acting, please go watch Lee Byung-hun's movie No Other Choice that's in theaters now, which is one of his best acting roles. And one of the best acting roles I've seen, period, coming out of our country. It's phenomenal.
네. 그래서 지금 그러지 않아도 뉴욕 필름 페스티벌 그리고 런던 필름
The New York Film
페스티벌
Festival. So I've been to the New York Film Festival and London Film Festival, and I arrived here at KSA this morning, and I'm here today. Thank you very much.
I have one last question for Director Yoon, who's been making movies for a long time now. And when we talk about, and I know, his company JK Films was acquired by CJ, and he knows about the systems, the production, directing systems in Korea. We always get asked, how did we get so good at what we do? What's exportable from our Korean system into places like Saudi Arabia? So maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
간단하게 생각하면 한국
To keep it simple, Korea has small land, not a lot of population, but K-pop and K-culture is beloved all around the world. I think it all comes down to the two S's. The first is system. And what I mean by system is that the reason why the Korean content is so powerful is because of its unique production system. Most countries, when they have the investment company and the producing company, the producer will receive a certain amount of funding from the investment and come out with a product. But Korea is the only country in the world where if there's a profit, about 40% of it will be shared by the producers and the investor. So this means producers have incentive to create better products, and better products lead to the producers earning more. And that's how we are able to garner so many talents into the producing department.
이 컨텐츠는 사람이 하는 일이기 때문에 능력 있는
And that's why I
사람이 많이
think that
들어와서 그 사람의
we need to
능력에
gain a
의해서
lot of
어떤
human
컨텐츠가
resources
많이
because
만들어지는
content at the end of the day
선순환이
is
이루어진 것
created by
같고요.
people.
두
It's a
번째
virtual
S는
cycle.
저는
The second
스타인
S
것 같아요.
is star.
예, 배우는 결국 영화
I think
드라마의 꽃은 저는
actors
이제 배우라고 생각을 하는데 그
are the
액터들이
pinnacle of any
단순하게
show or
한국에만
any
머무르지 않고
films.
또 배우
And these
스스로
stars,
끊임없이
these
또
actors,
도전을 하고
don't just stop at
세계로 진출을
being the star
하는
in
또
Korea, but they
도전을
continue to
하면서
apply
세계적으로
themselves
또
in becoming
인기를
greater
얻고 결국
stars
관객들이 보는 것은
in the world.
그 작품을 만드는 그 밑에 있는 사람보다는 결국
I
앞에
believe
드러나는
that
배우분들을 보기 때문에 그
while
스타 한
producing
명이
is also
가지는 그
important, the
파워는
stars who
저는 여기 이
are in
두
front of the audience
분
are
계셔서
very
그런 게
important.
아니라 그 어떤 그 파워보다 저는 크다고
I believe that
생각해요.
their star
그래서
power is
저는
greater than
사우디에서도
any other
그런 제작에
aspects
대한
when it comes to
크리에이터를
filmmaking.
우대하는 시스템과
So I think
또
that the system
세계적인
that incentivizes
스타가
creators
사우디 배우
and
중에서
world-class
나온다고 하면
stars
사우디
are
영화 산업,
what
콘텐츠
Saudi
산업도
film industry
전
needs
세계에서
if it wants to
설 수
succeed.
있지
And I'm
않을까 하는 생각을
confident that they are
해봤습니다.
able to achieve both.
Thank you for that. I think we definitely have many more questions that we want to ask, but I think we're out of time. The one takeaway from this is that, these are masters of their craft, and I think mastery without sharing becomes memory. And what we build together becomes legacy. And I think these three gentlemen can definitely start building those bridges with the Saudi Arabian country.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We really appreciate it, and we hope the audience enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
감사합니다.
고생 많으셨습니다.
Like a Belton system, just in case.
Take it to left. I just finished my first panel. I don't. No, I'm doing the next panel. You work in no. Who are you looking for? No, someone Lucia? Okay. Yeah. Really interesting panel. All right. Thank you. I'm glad you like that. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. We have our next session under the title of Blockbuster Balance, Redefined by the New Enablers. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Derek Kolstad, Mr. Terence Winter, and Mr. Alik Sakharov. Welcome all. Hello. How are you?
Terence.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, how are you? Hi, hi. Nice to meet you. Thank you guys for being here and sparing us some of your time. So I like opening with a question that maybe I can bounce off the three of you. And that question is, what really broke the monopoly of legacy studios when it comes to tech, audience behavior, pure hunger, or maybe the drive to look for new voices? Is there something that specifically that you can point out to as breaking the monopoly of legacy studios?
I think it's, for me, the first thing that jumps out is the rise of streaming services. Something like Netflix sort of opened up the world to creators, where you traditionally had to go through the usual movie model of going to a studio. Suddenly you've got access to the world, putting something on and just reaching an audience, globally immediately. So I think, that combined with social media, other means of distribution that just go outside the studio model, that just really changed everything.
I'd also say like technology, because when I was a little kid, if you wanted to make a movie, you had to get 16 millimeter, 8 millimeter film. And then it became beta, then VHS, then eventually mini DV, and all the way into digital. And nowadays, your luck, your fate is what you make it. A kid with an iPhone can go out and make something really cool and distribute to his friends, YouTube, everyone in between.
And last but not least.
The world, every living room, basically every living room is now one big living room. Everyone has access to the same thing, basically, and so it expands the horizons, becomes very immediate. And I think the reach is that used to be very segregated to a specific country, let's say, or region. Now it's all over the place.
So globalization, when it comes down to it, do you think that's what really broke the monopoly?
Yes.
Yeah. When we went from Blockbuster to streaming service, there was a shifting of the tide, no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
Derek, when you write, a piece or a world like John Wick, after it goes into production and it's published, who owns that IP? Is it the studio or is it the storyteller?
I mean, the one thing about screenwriting is it's the one art form that when I sign a contract, I'm selling the copyright, So the studio owns John Wick outright. And again, I wouldn't be here without those first few movies, and it's what I've always wanted to do. And yet now when we look at various projects, it's how can we do this in such a way that ownership is key? And part of the thing that you are able to do is with the resume. For instance, I have something going to Berlin here soon. It's a $30 million gross budget. You have a screenplay, you have a director, an actor, and myself, and everyone's taking minimums. You're gonna get 30% back on incentives, so you're at 21. You're gonna pre-sell for between 17 and 21. You're gonna gap finance about 3 to 4. And ultimately, once you find a domestic distributor, you're in the black. Now you can only do that if you don't take all the money up front, but you're investing in yourself and you own it. And I wouldn't be, when you think of, we wouldn't have John Wick 2, 3, or 4 if that first one didn't cost $18 million. Nobody cost less than $15 million. And ultimately, we were all investing ourselves in making something that we knew would work and were willing to take the gamble, And to me, when you want to look at building universes or building worlds, the first one's got to work. And the first one's got to work at a budget.
If I can just stay with you for a second, the question just popped into my mind. Historically speaking, across a time horizon of the creation of a movie, do you know when something is going to be a hit? Can you tell in pre-production, production, post? When do you get a pulse on, okay, this is going to be a hit?
The joke is, we refer to the term as magic happens, Yeah. And Sonia, my wife, is the first person who reads the script. Then Josh, my manager, is the next, and then we have agents. And by the time it's not a first draft, it's a 15 draft. And then you get the actor on board and you change it, director change, producer change, studio change. And at no point, and honestly, for the first John Wick, I remember seeing the screening and coming home, and Sonia was like, "How was it?" And I was like, "I have no idea." And we went to a screening at the Cinerama Dome in Hollywood, which is this huge, awesome place. And we're in the green room, and I'm watching the audience, and there's one guy who did not want to be there, but his kids did. And so I decided to watch him. And you could tell he was not interested, and then the dog died. And he was like, And a dozen people left. They stood up and walked out, and I was like, oh shit. And then the house siege happened, and then he went like this, and then he went like this. And it was at that point where I realized the guy who didn't want to be there was loving it, along with everyone else. It's kind of like after that, I came home and I think we got something here. You know?
Resonates. It's so interesting. There's so many. One of the first scripts I ever wrote for TV, everybody loved it. And I felt really good about it, obviously, but one of the senior writers pulled me aside and said, you should really enjoy this moment because so many things can now go wrong. So many things have to go right in order for this to turn into a good episode of television. You have to get the right director, the right actors, the right editor, the right music. So enjoy this moment where everybody loves your script because it's very possible this might turn out to be a terrible episode of television and you're going to wonder why. So it's really, at any step along the way, you think, oh, this is working, this is going to be a hit. Even, Alec and I worked for years on The Sopranos. And David Chase, who created the show, is famously kind of a curmudgeon. He would go into his office to watch a cut of the show and come out and say, yeah, it's really great. And 2 days later, I'd see him come out of the office and he'd have his head in his hands. I said, what's the matter? He said, oh, I just saw the cut of the show. It's terrible. I said, well, it was great 2 days ago. He goes, it's not great anymore. And then it would just go back and forth. So it really, it's really until you get in the theater, in the audience, watching people react, that you start to realize, oh, this is working or not. But there's nothing like watching the work among the people who are consuming it and knowing, okay, this joke is coming up, this scene is coming up. Hopefully what I think is going to happen, and it's exactly what you described. Somebody leaning in, somebody standing up, somebody applauding, gasping, whatever it is you want to elicit. So.
That's fascinating. Well, let me ask you this. I mean, streaming has turned, overnight hits into global franchises. Is speed, would you say, the new currency when it comes to all things creative?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can get it out there, speed is also the mandate now. I'm asked in television to write 10 episodes of television in 20 weeks. That used to be, at least double that time. But now everything's got to be quicker because they want to air it quicker. They want, if a television show premieres in September, they want season 2 on the following September. And to do that, you've got to stay in continual production. So it's not only speed of production, but then the speed at which it's consumed and then goes out into the world. Also, it's binging. People, if it is a streaming service, people will watch it and consume the entire show in a weekend. And it's on to the next thing. But speed is really the key word with all of it. And it goes around the world just as fast.
I have an off-script question.
Sure.
That just strikes my curiosity. We've seen AI, across multiple touch points. Almost every industry relies on it. Can AI do what actual writers who've been doing this for 20, 30 years, can they operate, if we're to say ChatGPT, for example, can they produce what the writers as what you know to do? Can AI fill in their job, or is
I hope not, because we're going to be out of work. It's helpful. I don't think it's there yet. I mean, it's pretty astounding what it can do, but it's there are moments that are so human in storytelling that I really question whether or not AI is ever going to be able to be as quirky as a writer or director at the top of their game. It'll give you the broad strokes. It knows the beginning, a middle, and end, and has enough information to draw from to tell a coherent story. But I think what makes something really stand out and it's special, it's not, at least from what I've seen, it's not there yet. Maybe it'll get there, and like I said, when it does, we're going to be sweeping streets for a living. But until then, we'll just keep doing what we're doing.
I have to double that. I have to say that, you know, what human element could bring into that, you know, AI cannot. It's just not yet anyway, because when the writer writes, you know, writer can imagine not just that particular scene, but also the undercurrent and subtext. And that is very important, because when director gets the script and he starts looking for those clues, those are the clues I want to investigate. That's where I want to go.
Well, a good real life example. My wife and I live next door to a piece of property on which they have goats and sheep, and there's all kinds of animal sounds coming. This is in Los Angeles, which is not, it's not a farm. And we started hearing a rooster crowing at all hours of the day. And finally my wife called our neighbor and said, what's the story with the rooster crowing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? And the woman said, oh, I'm so sorry if it's disturbing you. The rooster's blind and it doesn't know what time it is. So it thinks it's 6 a.m. all the time. And I said, I'm going to use that. That's so, I love that.
This is great.
And I integrated it into an episode of a television show I'm working on, and it became a story point. Now, I don't know that AI could have come up with that.
Exactly.
Maybe one day, but AI, I don't know that AI would think of that. I wouldn't have thought of it unless it happened to me, but I went, oh, I recognize this as, this could be a story or a part of a story. And that's the kind of thing, I think that's an example of the kind of thing AI might not stumble on.
Yeah,
so,
I think humans have a skewed perspective on things in the best ways. Where, like, you look at one of my favorite movies that affected all of us was Die Hard, and you forget that John McClane doesn't have shoes for most of the movie. All right.
Perfect, thank you.
Doesn't have shoes for most of the movie, and he's barefoot, and he's running around on glass. And I don't know if AI would actually come up with that kind of notion of make your hero barefoot and bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
I heard a rumor that it might replace podcasters.
That was me.
I heard a rumor that it might replace podcasters, and as a podcaster, that terrified me. So let's just hope that doesn't happen. But do you find...
Well, you could sweep the streets with us.
I hope we don't end up there one day. Derek, Terrence, do you find yourself getting inspiration from anywhere and everywhere, like that rooster moment?
All the time, yeah. I mean, you never know where it's going to come from. I think as a, maybe I was like this before I became a writer, but the ability to see stories in things that other people don't recognize as stories. You know, because people will say to me, and maybe you guys as well, they say, God, things happen to you all the time. And I say, I think things happen to everybody all the time. I recognize them as having a beginning, a middle, and an end, and then I can then share, this is what happened to me today, and I'll turn it into a story. So, yeah, you never know where it's going to come from. I mean, it's literally sitting in the yard, and that blind rooster is like, oh, that's so interesting. You know, normally, or maybe most people who aren't in the line of work where they're looking for stories would just say, oh, that's interesting. But I was like, oh, wow, I can actually use that into something. There's something poignant about that. And so, yeah, I mean, you never know where it's going to come from.
Alec, we've seen a turning of the tide with, you know, movies going borderless, crossing borders. I mean, we just had the Squid Game guys on stage, and Parasite winning, you know, Best Picture in 2019. Question is, when movies or shows travel and cross borders, what would you say stays the same and what changes? I'll leave it as broad as that sounds.
Hello? I hope the emotion stays the same. The universal appeal to us all, to humans. What was the other part of the question?
What changes and what stays the same when movies cross borders? Because there is a movement with foreign movies traveling and winning awards all the way up to Best Picture, if we use Parasite as an example.
I don't know if it changes. It's more like, you know, what is it reaching? You know, it's like if it reaches the audience and it reaches the core of your being, your psyche, how you relate to the world, and it suddenly has some sort of hook and extracts what it needed to extract from you. It produces the emotion or the reaction that could be conceived someplace, I don't know, on completely other part of the world, and then it reaches you from, let's say, all the way east to all the way west, and then you create this symbiotic thing where we're all kind of like thriving or jiving on that something that reaches us and produces the emotion to which we latch onto, and that is driving you. I think what Derek was saying just the other moment is that kid who was reaching towards the screen, you know, when everyone's leaving, and then, you know, he was connecting with something that others have missed because they left. You know, I think films have that ability to go deep and to go penetrate all the barriers, all the differences, and just get right into the heart, you know. And if we have something that could unite us in very, I would say, universal way, you know, well, that's power of cinema, you know, that we can create stories that could be reaching people that may not have agreements on some other things, but, you know, it's also something was mentioned earlier today, is that, you know, music and sport unite people. I also think cinema can.
Absolutely. I mean,
certain things that are just so universal emotionally that it doesn't necessarily matter where you're from. Everybody responds to sadness or comedy, or everyone understands pettiness or jealousy. Yeah. So those emotions translate through any political spectrum, any country. You know, I was reading recently about the dawn of silent film in the United States particularly, and it was really interesting. And it said that, you know, you could take people from around the world, this melting pot of cultures, people who spoke Russian or German or English or French, put them all in a theater together, but everybody understands Charlie Chaplin falling down, yeah, and everybody laughs at it, and it doesn't matter where you're from. So it is that universal thing, and again, if you can tap into that emotion, doesn't matter where you're from, how old you are, somebody killing your dog, that works everywhere. I mean, and the idea that this is my innocent pet who I love, and now I'm going to spend the rest of my life tracking you down, that resonates, you know, all over the place. So things like that.
Is that the name of the game, Derek? Tapping into emotions, as Alex said, a love story, a heist, a car chase, my favorite, whatever it is, to, you know, to tap into that emotion. Is that how you garner attention in whatever language?
Yeah, I mean, come down to the end of it, a good story is a good story, good character is a good character, and I like a good car chase too. And I'm a huge fan of martial arts movies, and in talking with Jet Li on a project, he always talked about action as being an extension of the hero's journey. And I think the reason we love the movies we do is they're both unique and yet familiar, and there's a humanity to it. And, you know, you watch something like Raiders of the Lost Ark, and you look at Indy, and you look at Indiana Jones, and you think to yourself, that's my grandpa, that's my dad, it's who I want to be, you know? And I think there's, sure, wish fulfillment, but then there's, I think the best of us is in there as well, a reminder of that semblance, that silver lining of hope, of forgiveness, of the evolution of man, even in genre, you know? Like, again, back to Die Hard, you see it when you're 13 years old, and you love the action movie, but then you see it when you're 26 and you realize the reason the movie works, it's about a guy who loves his ex-wife. And when he yells her name at the end, you get goosebumps even now going, there's heart, there's soul. And yeah, I think that's what a good movie does.
You know, growing up in Saudi 20, 30 years ago, when Terminator came out in the US, everyone watched it here. When Die Hard came out there, everyone watched it here. This was well before the streaming service. This was well before any translation happened. We used to watch it in English, and it actually helped a lot of people like myself, you know, with the ability to speak the language through Hollywood movies. With streaming services taking, you know, a life of its own, is it now just a whole new, like Pandora's box, a whole new world of accessing people in markets that maybe were not so reachable?
Like, one thing that stunned me about streaming is they all have the closed captioning underneath. And my dad, Central Wisconsin, US, will say, hey, did you see this movie? And I'm like, what movie? And I'll look it up. It's a Dutch, a Thai, South Africa. But he's reading it because he's in his mid-70s. And it's just kind of awesome that you begin to realize that one more gatekeeper, one more border post is down in regards to a good story. And I think the idea of going, hey, this movie isn't in my language, doesn't matter anymore.
Doesn't matter, absolutely. On the subject of gatekeeping, I have a bit of an open-ended question. If power shifted from gatekeeping to enablers, who keeps the creative checks and balances now?
The audience. I mean, honestly, we've all seen movies that within the first 5 minutes you're like, who is this for, right? Who was this made by? And I think in what I do, I love video games and comic books and movies and TV and everything in between. And I am just as much an audience member as I am a creator. And so even though a lot of what I do is a love letter to the movies I grew up with, it's also me and my friends saying, you know what'd be cool is a movie about this, and then going out and making it myself with the crew that I've assembled.
So it is also the people who are writing the ultimate check. Obviously, somebody at a certain point, even though it's a group effort and everybody's agreeing this is going to work, whoever says, okay, we're pulling the plug, we're investing in this, is really the final word, the final gatekeeper of, okay, is this going to get out into the world or not? And there's a million reasons why or why not it won't. And I think you hit on the main one is, okay, is this going to resonate? And once it does, then you're off to the races and hopefully making sequels.
You know, Alec, there's a lot of investments happening in the Film Commission, which is an entity under the Ministry of Culture in Saudi Arabia. There's a huge studio being built. I'm talking Universal, Warner Brothers size, in an area called Jackson, Riyadh, to attract filmmakers to come and shoot. We know Kandahar with Jared Butler was filmed in Al-Ula. So lots of investment happening to attract filmmakers to come to Saudi and shoot their picture. Do you see a future where Hollywood is becoming almost like without walls, like films don't need to be shot where they used to? We can go on site now to areas like Saudi Arabia that were untapped historically. 100%. We'll just pass the mic around.
100%. I mean, it's already a world without frontiers, and it has to be, and I think film industry only furthers it. And I think what's happening here right now with this vision that's happening, it's great because, it furthers the cinema, not just, and segregates cinema, not just to Hollywood or Bollywood, although great that it's there, but other areas can thrive. And there's so much talent that could be uncovered and untapped. So I think what's happening right now here is amazing, and it could only go further.
I think anyone in the film business that wants to shoot a scene on Mars, go to Al-Ula because it actually resembles the planet of Mars.
Incredible.
I don't know if you guys seen pictures, but
Al-Ula is absolutely out of this world. And what's amazing about Al-Ula is that you can stand in a very sweet spot and you can look northwest, southeast, and it's all different. Yeah. So then you could stage your scene from 4 different, completely different points of views of the script, and you'll not know that you're in the same location.
Yeah.
True story, because I was there myself and I was amazed.
And with the weather, I mean, you go in July, if you need heat for whatever reason, it's 50, and you go in January, it's 0 degrees Celsius. So the swing, the diversity is really a planet on its own. Okay, we can wrap up with this one in one word or more. I'll start with you. What defines the next blockbuster age? Is it ownership? Is it collaboration? Or is it vision?
It's challenging for one word, but I would say collaboration. I think the idea of having a team, a like-minded team of individuals who want the same goal is really what's going to drive us into the next 50 years of this.
I'd say ownership. Ultimately, putting a part of yourself into any project has been key. But now to actually have equity and stakes in said success, it's the only things are going to be made. The day and age of a studio pick costing $150, $200 million, we'll see,
I think what Terry said, collaboration. I would say vision. So collaboration, vision, and money.
Anything you guys would like to close with? I know it's not your first time in Saudi Arabia, but for you gentlemen being here on the ground, initial reactions from what you've seen, the interest and the hunger of wanting to create a film scene here in Saudi. What have your immediate takeaways been, having been on the ground so far?
I mean, I've literally been here for 36 hours. First of all, couldn't be more thrilled to be here. The hospitality, the people, it's just incredibly warm. From a business standpoint, it's unbelievably exciting to be in an environment where people are thinking toward the future and thinking about new models, enthusiastic, the opportunity, the willingness to put money behind things to make them happen, the ability to do anything technological you want, to shoot here, it's all in one place, one package, and moving at the speed of light, unlike doing things in the old system. This is, it's just such a new model that is just tremendously exciting.
I mean, like I've said a couple of times, a good story is a good story, a good character is a good character. But the most fun I've had here too is just talking to new people and just geeking and nerding out about movies we love, about shows we love, comic books and video games and everything in between, and the universal language of that content, But the hospitality, the environment, and most importantly, wherever you go, it's the people. There's this kindness, empathy, and will that we all kind of gravitate towards. And when we talk about the future and filmmaking, we're all in this together. And you look at the landscape, the infrastructure, and again, just the humanity here. It's a joy.
Thank you, Derek.
Cannot agree more. People are amazing, warm, hospitable. The goodwill is incredible, and the opportunities that are being presented are also amazing. And so far, it's just been gates open. It's just go, go, go.
Truly. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest
you.
of your stay in Saudi Arabia, and thank you everyone in the audience.
Thank you. Such a pleasure.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you. You're the best. Thank you, Alec. Thank you.
Over the past few years, Saudi Arabia has become one of the fastest growing creative hubs for new studios and funding initiatives to fresh voices shaping global screens. The new industry isn't catching up, it's leading, and it's here today. Please help me and join me in welcoming on stage. We have quite a panel today. Adnan Al-Khayyal, who will host the session with me. Ben Ahmadson. We have Samar Akrouk, Mr. Mirwan Hamid, Mr. Ibrahim. All right. Okay, definitely the biggest panel I've ever moderated in my life. It was so big that the music came on before I finished introducing everyone. I think I stopped at Mirwan Hamid, as well as Mr. Ibrahim Al-Khairallah, and Mr. Taim Hassan. Thank you so much for being here, everyone, today. Adnan, I'm going to start with you. As someone on the front lines of this transformation that I recently alluded to, what was the turning point, would you say? What changed when it comes to how Saudis build, how Saudis fund, and how we on a local level enable creativity?
First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming here in this great session. This session, it's basically, you just said how it's so big and so long because of the importance of it. And we've been watching content around the world. We've been seeing, we've been studying. We've been waiting for these moments. And these moments came. Would like to thank the visionary, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for inspiring us all. Saudi Arabia, it's stepping in a new area. For so long, our stories remain untold. People might think that we are late in cinema also. But in reality, as I said, we've been watching, learning, and investing in content creation everywhere. Now it's our time to shine. We are here to show the world just how creative that Saudi can be. And we want to build an environment that inspires creators from around the world to come here and bring their ideas and imaginations, as well embark the industry. So important to us to recognize and support the creatives by the support of our government and by the Ministry of Media and Ministry of Culture and the General Entertainment Authority, by His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. And he is really a truly creative person and creative mind. That's he already, not only in the region actually, it's around the world. He inspired everyone around the world and showed them how creative we are and how inspiring we are. And really, I would like to thank him personally for giving me this opportunity to be in this place. Yes, thank you so much. So now I just wanted to say that from my heart. And we've been doing a lot of work together from the industry. Netflix been a great partner and a creator, helping creators to tell their stories to the world. And it's actually a window for us. So everybody inspired by the Korean, and they're building a trial environment actually for content creators. Thank you for being with us. Of course, MBC Studio, headed by Summer, has also been a great partner with us in building this industry. And we've been working together. We cannot be in this industry and not working together. Seeing the world, no any country in the world that actually they work alone in companies. They have to gather in order to take our creatives and ideas and helping all the industries to create their own contents. Mr. Marwan Hamid actually is a great director who we've been also working and partnering with through our programs, and actually he got the inspiration, and he's actually gonna work soon in Saudi and create his new movie and the third film here in Saudi Arabia. Of course, I cannot, our star, Mr. Taim Hassan, he's also been showing his content either through Shahid, through Netflix, and show how great he is. Of course, our partner Tilfaz, who were from the wrong time, they were the creators of content, started as personal experience, and from streaming YouTube to cinemas today, and actually he's holding the two record of Saudi cinemas. And we've been working through our fund that's sponsored by General Entertainment Authority and His Excellency through the fund Big Time. We've been working with and been so professional. And I think we have the content, and we are just going to show it soon. You're going to see it through all the international media around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words. I couldn't echo it. I couldn't say it better than you have. We see what we haven't seen today in terms of the people that are visiting, the actors, the actresses, the initiatives, the infrastructure happening in Saudi. So you can really tell that Saudi is here to be a major player in the film business. Ben, if I can start with you from the Netflix angle, from the Netflix seat. How did the global map flip, would you say? When it comes to new markets, especially in this region, has there been a changing of the tides with regards to who is watching from where movies are being made now, and where they are ultimately reaching?
Hello, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here today. Thank you very much for the invite. Yeah, it's a real pleasure. Yes, for Netflix, it's been a fantastic journey in terms of when we switched on the rest of the world from 2016 to have our content. We believe at Netflix that great stories can come from anywhere and be loved everywhere, and that's a really important thing for us. So we've been able to, and we've had a great opportunity to be able to work with local storytellers to bring some most amazing stories from different parts of the world, and I will watch very globally as well. So we've been very encouraged by what we've been seeing in terms of where the viewing is. The viewing is really everywhere in the world, and having that opportunity to tell stories from this region, from Saudi Arabia, and from storytellers from this country and from other countries in this region has been incredible. So we have been very grateful to have the opportunity to support the creative industry and the storytellers to make sure that the great stories that are very locally specific and really resonate here, have that world stage for people around the world to be able to also enjoy. And we've been seeing great success with these titles. So titles like Al-Halat, Jaraz and Zah, these are films that have come, we've put on the platforms that have really resonated on a global stage, and we're very proud of how they've performed. We've had big series as well. We've had series like Arawabi School for Girls, which has done very well. And so those titles in Finding Ola from all different parts of this region that have really resonated in different parts of the world. So our work here and the passion for us is to be really supporting the creatives and giving them that platform for them to be able to tell their great stories. We think this region has so many amazing stories, and we want to be the enabler for ensuring that these stories reach an even wider audience.
You once said something that I really enjoyed reading, and it made so much sense to me, which is audience are now the funders and the investors on some level. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
It's very focused, that's the thing, and we know how important it is that great stories connect to the audience. We also know how important it is that we have an offering of great stories that represents the world we live in, and all the different people from around the region. So for us, again, back to this region, we're seeing that people just want, really stories that reflect their culture, reflects their communities, and brings voices, voices that haven't been seen before, brings it to the forefront, from a local places and also on a global stage. So from my point of view, it's just great to have that opportunity to be able to enable great storytellers in this region to be able to get their stories to resonate here and to the rest of the world.
Thank you. Samar, MBC Studios is a story, a big one, that is known not just in the region, all over the world. What did MBC do different? I know you guys moved quickly in the streaming service. What comes next for MBC Studios? How do you keep that edge?
So first, thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure to share the stage with these world-class storytellers. Yes, we did move fast, and we've learned a lot of painful mistakes along the way, but also some good lessons along the way. And I think today it's less about moving fast. It's about moving smarter, more in depth, with more intention and creative conviction. I think I'm stating the obvious when I say, audiences have dramatically changed, and they really expect world-class storytelling and the highest quality productions. In fact, I think they benchmark everything they see on the very best. But I also believe that they want to see themselves in stories as well. So as far as we are concerned, MBC Studios, we are not really then after the trends. Actually, we want to kind of refine our craft. We want to design a creative infrastructure that enables us to meet global standards while also staying very true to our own voices. So yes, obviously we want to produce great content, but we also want to create a system that enables us to do that. And we see ourselves as a bridge where we can connect global creators with local voices. Basically we have a very simple philosophy that quality comes first. Patience pays off, and I think collaboration beats control. We've had two recent examples of that. Our two recent films, Desert Warrior, which just premiered in Zurich, and The Hint of Voice Rajab, that reached Venice, the Venice Film Festival. Those were not just productions. I think they were proof that stories that are rooted in the Arab world can really stand tall on the world stage. That Arab cinema can really carry emotional weight and artistic excellence with international audiences. So that's the next step for MBC Studios. We want to make sure that we create that infrastructure that enables us to do more of those kinds of stories. And definitely the future for us is we're going to choose depth over speed, and conviction and belief over scale.
It's amazing. You must be very proud when you hear of such pictures reaching such movie film festivals. Now, the balance of talent and studios and platforms to all win. These are three pillars that you have to equalize on some level. Is it tricky to make sure all wins? The studio, the talent, and the platform?
Well, yeah, I think that is the balance. When I consider a place like Saudi Arabia, right? I think it's a really exciting time here in Saudi because it's not a closed system, but it's almost like an open invitation. Saudi Arabia hasn't just opened its doors; it's opened its doors to others. When it is able to bring in, global creators with local voices, you get the balance that you're looking for, which is you have talent that feels ownership, and you have studios that can have sustainability, and you have platforms that have quality and scale as well.
Thank you so much, Samar. I want to move on to Marwan. You've lived on both sides of the system, on the legacy studio era and today's very agile world, moving at a much quicker pace. What's the real win of this shift, would you say? Speed or creative freedom?
First of all, I'm very thankful to be here. It's a great honor. And cinema is constantly changing very fast. Throughout its history, it's changing very fast. And one have to adapt to that in a very fast manner. And the audiences also are changing very fast. But I always hear an opportunity now, which is the opportunity to reach audiences all around the world because of this shift that happened. So now, like for example, having platforms like Netflix, for example, and NBC and all this, this gives a voice and an opportunity for creative work to be seen everywhere in the world. I was listening carefully to the panel, to the Korean panel, and there's something to learn from there. And they managed to reach a global audience. And I always think that the Arab cinema has kind of an equivalent, maybe more potential, because you can start with you have 500 million Arab speakers already existing in the whole world. And going back to the previous panel when we talked about when the learning thing from that panel was authenticity, and I think we have a lot of authentic stories in the Arab world. So now when I look at it, I think there's an opportunity that is at its best time. And with all the room for innovation and creativity because of all the change that is happening, whether in the length of stories, and whether in the different formats of stories, and the appetite, the wide range of appetite from the audience, this is kind of the right time for that. And also, what's great about now, and that I really like very much, is the great collaborations that are happening. And these collaborations really kind of pave the floor for more experiences, for better quality, because now quality is very important. And audiences really think of quality all the time, and there's always this very high benchmark of quality that needs to be there. Especially that, most of the time people wouldn't even, or audiences are sometimes a bit harsh, they wouldn't even continue the film or continue the show if it's not so engaging, and if it's not done with benchmark quality. So to answer your question, I think now is a golden time for creative work and for collaborations.
That's super interesting, Marwan. So if tech, we can agree, made it faster, would authenticity keep it meaningful?
I'm not sure faster is the word, because it's a process, and I don't think you can make the process faster, because writing is a process, editing is a process. Maybe post-production could be faster. Maybe with all what's happening in the world, with the involvement of AI and so on, this can help speed some certain areas. But I don't think this can speed up the writing, and I don't think it can speed up the editing. And at the same time, I think the process should take its time, because, I mean, with the scale of what's happening, there's room that everyone in every project can take its time, because there's a lot that is being produced. So I think now it's the question of quality versus speed, and something innovative also.
Thank you, Marwan.
Thank you.
Next, I have team بنتكلم بالعربي. فالسؤال.
As you like, I'm ready.
We can go. I can go Arabic, French, Spanish. No, I'm kidding. Just
all of that. I'm ready.
Well, we'll do it in English if you're okay. And the question is, we come from retrospectively a world where we would go to the movie, we would go to the content, and today, the content بيجيك, it comes to you wherever you're at. How significant is that change in when it comes to reaching your intended audience?
أول شيء سلام الله عليكم. Let me say something first in English, that I would love to speak in Arabic if that's all right with everyone, because I find like the Arabic is not just a language for me. It's like the rhythm of our culture and the soul of our stories. وهلا بنرجع للعربي مع يا محلى العربي.
Back to Arabic. I do love Arabic. You do have translation services, so you can listen. Your question about the
المادة أو المحتوى.
Your question about the content. That we receive the content. I strongly believe that content should be related, also should be connected with the quality. Regardless of the media outlet, you must be very concerned with the script and to ensure that you have a pool of talented people around you. Even if the technology was simple, but yet you can convey the idea that you want to be received by the audience. That in itself is a great change in our world, but I do feel that it is subject to the same rules. And at the end of the day, I say that those changes that are taking place, to whom's advantage? It is to the advantage of the spectators, our audience. And the audience are always seeking quality.
السيستم اللي اليوم نحن ماشيين عليه.
This system that we are following today, is it? Do you think it's easier for those working in this industry? How can I convey that content to them? How can they receive the content? So do you think the systems the systems and the platforms that we have is easier to send a good message? We have a high level of competition now among different players, and I'd say that there are many hit-turning production ideas, even if the production takes place in a small room. So therefore, competition is a very positive element. We're back to the same point: quality again, and I believe that the focus is mainly on your idea, your cause, if you may.
يعني العالم ما قبل, and this maybe ties into Ben and what they do at Netflix. Mr. Taim was saying that the streaming era has, okay, I could reach my intended audience wherever they are in any language. You know, we were speaking to the Korean gentlemen earlier. But the problem with that is, or the challenge with that is that competition is now fierce. So I was asking, is this era easier? He was like, yes and no. So with more streaming, التحديات صارت أصعب من باب المنافسة.
Challenges are more now.
Okay, got it. So that's, if you want to comment on that.
Yeah, look, from my point of view, I do agree with my fellow panelists here that the more rooted in the culture, as you said, you talked about language. A lot of our strongest shows have been deeply rooted in the culture, the language, and has resonated very deeply with the audiences in the particular countries we're programming for. And then by nature of the fact that they are so authentic in terms of the voice and the story that the storytellers are trying to convey, they've by that means now kind of resonated much stronger with people all over the world. So we always advise a lot of our talent, our story creators. We always advise them to really make sure they ground a lot of their stories in stories that are really authentic to where they come from and reflect the lived experience of the people in that country. So again, if you use the Squid Game example, it was made for Korea, as you know, it was really for the Korean audiences, and then it found so much universal themes and areas that made it appeal so broadly. So we always encourage our storytellers to look first into the culture and what really appeals to the people here. And we've just found by the nature of such quality storytelling, people from all over the world now appreciate and want to know and are curious to know a bit more about other cultures and stories as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ustad Ibrahim, I did not forget you, believe me, from Tilfaz. I've been a fan of the work you guys do for however long you've been in existence. Over 10 years, I know that for sure. So we heard a lot about collaboration and how it's almost the name of the game. My question is, how do we make it work in a world where everyone wins, both globally and domestically?
أول شيء السلام عليكم أهلا وسهلا جميعا. Well, it's a fair game for everyone to compete. But again, as they said, it's the authenticity. It's how good the product that you made. It's how honest you want to do it. You do it right with a great story, with a authentic story, with a great acting, great direction, great timing of releasing, great timing of talking about the topic. That's what made you relevant, made you successful, made you all the time be in the top of everything. As Mr. Adnan said, alhamdulillah, the first and the second highest grossing Saudi film is Tilfaz. That's, alhamdulillah, wonderful. But should we stop here? No, alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Should we stop here? Should we say we made it? No. The first thing we did it, just forget about it. Now let's think more. Let's be more than the first worldwide. Why not? Mr. Ben said we made Squid Game for Korea, now it's worldwide. That's always our vision in Tilfaz. Why a German series is the top of the world? Why Korean is the top? Why not Saudi? Then I think authenticity is the key. And everyone is looking for now, especially now, all the eyes on Saudi. So I'm 100% sure they want to see a Saudi story. And we have a billion and trillions of stories. It's our duty to tell it.
And some very, absolutely. And some very talented directors, if you come to mind, very talented actors in Saudi Arabia, very talented producers. There is, like the lights, their eyes are open now. Those who wanted to enter the game 10 years ago, today are in the game. And that's really, really inspiring. Samad, I want to go back to you on the subject of collaboration. Is that something that you're very conscious of, that when you do collaborate at MBC Studios, you do it in a way where it's imperative that everyone wins? That's the only metric of success.
I said earlier, I think we will choose collaboration over control any day. And I want to be honest, like I said, we've been around for 7 years and we've learned some, difficult lessons. And I think that one of them is that partnership is the only way to go ahead. And you really have to, there can't be one side that feels kind of, weaker or the victim. It's really about coming together. And I think when you respect talents, okay, and you give them that freedom, okay, and you allow them to tell their truths, that's exactly when a local story then can become universal. So, so respect is really a big part of our, our modus operandi today. Yeah.
I take note of what Bollywood did. Slumdog Millionaire is an example of, his name is Dave Patel, if I'm not mistaken. He's become, the poster boy of India abroad. I wonder if, if that is in plans to, find something on a local level in Saudi where we have a boy that can represent the future of cinema in Saudi Arabia. And I'll just leave that open to everyone, because that was a success story, what Bollywood did with Dave.
Well, I think the door is open for all the chances. With India, Bollywood is big, it's not small as well. Even the film the Indian film is travel as well. So I think Patel as a good example. But what's going to happen here, it's a lot of story going to travel. Like 2 months ago, I got the chance to be in a casting for a very famous British series, which is not happening like ages ago. I mean, I do the casting for like top series in England, which is new. Now the casting agencies, the directors, all the eyes on the actors right now, all the eyes on what's happening here. The series before used to have like Iranian or Indian actor to represent an Arab actor. Yeah. Now they're looking for a real Arab actor. Now there is, of course, there is team. Of course, I'm very honest to sit down with them. But now it's the time for Saudi actors. It's the time for more chances. Now there is big investments coming to the films as well. Alhamdulillah, in the last film we have the chance to have the investment with big time. Before that, there wasn't any investors interested in a Saudi film. Now it's happening, now it's succeeding, now it's giving the returns. I'm always having this quote, it's the time, now it's the time.
Can I add something? Just one of the, it's not one of your ones, but it was, you've done very good with some of the stories that we have on the platform, but Ideation made this title called Jara Sanza, and that title traveled quite well around the world. It was in the top 10 in over 39 countries. So that's a very local Saudi story that has reached so broadly across the world and enjoyed by so many people out there. So it's a proud moment. These are the kind of stories that really resonate. So we just continue to look for opportunities to bring more of those authentic stories to our platform anyway.
Done.
Actually, especially our story has been inspired already, and that actually it's been told by not by us, and became IPs to a lot of international studios, which they took our stories and created IP. So it proved the success of it already. But we want to say it our way. We want to say, look, we have actually thousands of stories, not millions, billions, but actually one of them is 1,001 stories, which, and no one can tell your story but you.
Better than you, for sure, absolutely.
So it's just, we had these challenges in like when Saudi are going into that, let's see if there is these talents. No, the talents, as we said, is there. Just believing in them. We have, through the support of GIA, we're also, because they believed in the creativity in Saudi, and we can do it. His Excellency just, like he just announced a few months ago about the movie Seven Dogs that have been shot 100% in Saudi. Now Mr. Alik, as he's joining us here, is working on also a great movie that told he's going to tell our stories to the world, and few others, and he mentioned it in the morning today. So there is the stories, just we're going to see.
So it's about owning our narrative. That's what I'm getting from you. Today we can tell our story by owning our narrative. We see the efforts that are happening with NBC Studios. We see the efforts that are happening with Tilbaz. We see the efforts happening with Shahid. We today control the corridors of where information flows on some level. So is that the name of the game, would you say, where we are able to control our narrative by having such platforms?
Yes, of course. Of course, as we said in the beginning, that partnership together will create it. We already have the platforms which we're working with Shahid, we're working with Netflix, we're working with also others, and creating these contents. So we're collaborating with everyone. But just controlling our narrative is very important to us. To say our stories the way we believe in it. So, the infrastructure, maybe these words been 10 years back, but today we impressed the world of the infrastructures that we have. So this is, so just now it's the time. It's the time, as my brother Ibrahim just said.
Marwan, is that something you were cognizant of when you started your career? Did you, on some level, want to control the narrative in your creative work?
Of course, I think every creative person would want to have control over that. And I agree very much with Mr. Adnan on what he's saying, that a lot of stories and a lot of IPs that are found internationally are originally coming from this region. But they were never given to the world or exposed to the world from our kind of perspective. And this is very important. And now there's a great opportunity for that. There's a great opportunity to tell our stories by controlling our narrative and by being authentic to the way we know them. And I think it's the right time for that, especially that it's not only about historical stories, it's about modern times also. I mean, there's a lot of very interesting stories and a lot of very moving stories that happen every day. And I think now with all those global platforms and with this kind of opportunities of collaboration that are there, I think it's the right time to do that.
Thank you. Taim, I want to come back to you with a question, which is, what defines the new age of global filmmaking? Things have changed, obviously, but how would you define this new age, العصر الجديد لإنتاج الأفلام؟ كيف بتعبرها في كلمة أو كلمتين؟
Honestly, I believe that what applies in the movies applies in all other aspects and fields, whether TV or theater. There has to be, as if it's a divine wisdom, why do we have two eyes just to have to keep an eye on the past, be proud and learn from the mistakes and lesson learned, and another eye to have a future look, to be ready, prepared, and if the vision, if it's 6 over 6, or if it's perfect, we can go through the future and the present with full confidence.
What defines this new age that we are witnessing in global filmmaking?
If you want to say it in one word, I will still keep saying it: authenticity.
That's a word that you put 3 lines under earlier.
Yes, because stay authentic, tell your story, people will come to you. And you don't do much effort on what's trending and what's happening. No, just tell your story from your heart and people will follow you.
Is that the quickest way to lose, to copy?
What do you mean?
To copy someone's work. Oh, that worked in that market. Let me copy what they did to see if it worked.
I call we always in Telfast call this like we don't want a low-hanging fruit. That happened, this wins, let's just do it. No, let's open another door for everything. Now cinemas, now there is comedy, there is drama. Where is the horror in the Arabic scene? Where is the sports? Where's the action? Where's the other? We need to open all the doors. You know, horror just came back in Hollywood right now. From the 70s, 80s and stopped. Now it's coming back with all the top films is horror film. Where is the horror? Where is the horror in the Saudi film? Where is the horror in the Arabic film? So in Telfaz, we have in our mind, we need to open all the doors. What if one door make it to the global? What if one door was waited from our fans and our crowd?
Samar, I need a horror to come out of Saudi.
And I have a horror for you.
You do?
Yes, we're in post-production actually right now. We have adapted a book by Osama Msalem, the very well-known Saudi author. So we've adapted one of his books, and it's of the horror genre. We shot it in the south of Saudi Arabia, and it's in post-production now, and I'll leave you all hanging for when it comes out. So
there we go. She took what was going on in my mind, and it's in Abha, in the Asir region, when you say down south?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Fantastic, excited.
So it's beautiful landscape, breathtaking. Although I've been there many times, I was still blown away by the beautiful, the landscape and the scenery there. It's really going to be breathtaking. And it's a horror film that really relies, actually the atmosphere is a character in the film. So, it's limited in number of roles because the atmosphere actually plays a big part of that. So it's, pure horror, like raw horror.
I hope somewhere in the movie it's mentioned that this is Saudi Arabia because many people envision Saudi to be a desert.
Oh, it's a Saudi movie. It's a Saudi movie with Saudi actors. The director is a Saudi filmmaker. You mean when it goes
location.
out. Okay.
Because people don't know we have green mountains that resemble Switzerland
Absolutely.
in the summer.
And the fog that just goes really low down. I couldn't even see literally centimeters in front of me.
Wow.
It was out of this world.
Cinematic. I'm getting the vibe already. But Mirwan, same question for you. What defines the new age of global filmmaking?
I think 2 things. Of course, authenticity is very important. And the other thing is visual storytelling. Because I think visuals cross borders. And this is something key in film language. So, and this is very important, is that when you watch any international, like for example, let's give again the example of Korean cinema. Although we don't understand the language, but again, they have a very strong sense of visual worlds and visual storytelling. So the image can tell a story. And that is very important. And also, one thing that I kind of getting to learn throughout the years is that the pace of the translation on screen sometimes affects a lot your understanding of the movie you're watching or the series you're watching. And that is why to go more global, I think one needs to put that in mind. So the story is told visually, and the visuals really are what really attracts. I think we are in a very visual era now and in a very visual world now.
You know what struck me about when I was speaking when the Korean gentlemen were on stage, how Parasite that won Best Picture in 2019, and I was just trying to determine what kind of genre that movie was. And and I thought it was horror. They were like, no, it was horror, it was drama, it was comedy. Is there a demand for multi-genre movies? Do they do well? Is this a new thing where a movie isn't just one specific genre, it could be a multitude of, similar to Parasite?
Yes, we're seeing that a lot recently, and I mean, and I think filmmakers are getting like braver when it comes to that, and audiences. I mean, sometimes I have to think like an audience. What do I want to watch? I want to watch something that surprises me, something that doesn't flow like what I know. Like, okay, a horror movie has a certain structure, and I want to be surprised. And I think audience need that also. So I think yes, this is kind of something that is happening, and it's gaining a lot of success.
Mm-hmm. No, we don't have that much time left, but Ben, I'll ask you the same question. In this new age of global filmmaking, how do you define what we're seeing today?
Look, we have the opportunity to see a lot of things with the data that we have. So yes, the thing, I think just to double click on one of the things some of my panelists mentioned about authentic storytelling is it is a big driving factor to, if you're just defining what a new age is. Yes, the element of surprise, and bold and creative storytelling, things that just really move the needle on what people expect. It could be the same genre that we were all used to, but then it's done in the creatives, the storytellers or the writers can bring a new kind of perspective on those stories, and that can really transform how the audience receive those type of stories. So we've seen that, but multiple genre. So we like to offer a diversity of genres in terms of our audience. They're seeking that, they're looking for that. It's very important for them to get that. We also look into new genres that we haven't, you mentioned horror. That's a really interesting one that we are just looking into ourselves as well. But there's so many, incredible genres that that people want to see more of. Then in the world of the, attention economy, it's got to be something that is really immersive storytelling, something that's very compelling in the narrative that just drives people from end to end in terms of how they, receive that story. So yeah, the differentiator is quality. Again, it's been, everybody has said that here, it is quality over quantity, or how quick it comes to the service. People want to see things that are of great depth, reflective of the culture and the community, and their lived experiences. And that's the big driver, the authenticity is the new age.
Yeah, I always felt Netflix did a great job in contributing to giving people access to whatever movie is out there, to wherever part of the world you are, making the world almost a smaller place. Is that something that Netflix takes pride in, where you look for a movie and get its rights so it can go on Netflix in effort to make the globe borderless when it comes to movie viewing almost?
Yeah, look, like I mentioned earlier on, the most important thing is, creator-led storytelling that has that local rooted very locally, but has that global connection. So those three things are really important elements that we look at. And at the end of the day, people just really want to connect to, no matter where they are in the world. There's things that are genuine, that touch their heart. I'll just bring another example, a story, from outside this region called Adolescence that we had this year, and that title was really different in the way the story was, told, but it was really deeply connected to so many people around the world. So that type of bold, creative storytelling is things that we're really looking for quite a lot, and hearing voices is linked to our overall global strategy. And yes, it is a strength that we are able to tell stories from so many parts of the world, and it makes us, I think, quite unique in that way, in terms of how many voices we're hearing from around the world, and our audiences are really enjoying that aspect of being on the surface.
It makes the world a smaller place, for sure. Adnan, I'll close with you since we have 4 minutes left. You look into the future, the next 4 or 5 years, what change would you like to see? Maybe not just domestically, but generally in the film and entertainment space. Is there a change that you'd like to see in the near future?
Actually, we're seeing the change, and I believe the future is going to involve a lot of technologies that make storytelling easier in terms of quality. So, especially in the studio part. So it's no longer just a physical place that you need to go for filming. So we have to, and I think it's the creative ecosystem. It combines production, technology, distribution under one roof. So using these, a lot of people, they say, oh, technology might replace a lot of things, like by having the AI. Actually, I believe AI is an enabler to make it faster as we go every year into the future, that we go as fast, more creative will come in the future. I believe more ideas. Platform will need more content because you will have less time to work, but more time to watch content. That's what I believe. We, in terms of technology, as today we got official certified from ARI, partnering with us into the technology part. Most of the videos that you saw today was using virtual screens that was shot in Saudi, was edited in the cloud. So it's going to get faster, so we need more stories.
More stories.
So we can deliver contents to global platforms. We all saw what's the investments happening from a lot of, let's say, tech companies, because they believe that the future in creating content, I'm not talking about only cinemas, talking cinemas, TV, theater, TV programs, like all the creative parts.
Podcasts.
I'm sorry?
Podcasts, maybe?
Broadcasters, of course.
Thank you.
So the quality will get better.
For sure. And Samar and her team are working on it. I can't wait to see the horror that she talked about, filmed in Asir. Lady and gentlemen, thank you so much for being on this panel, and everyone that was here. We really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey, 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 hey! Woo! Assalamu alaikum, Saudi Arabia. It's a pleasure to be here. Joy Forum, make some noise! All right. You've seen legends, innovators, and dreamers take this stage. But this one is special, y'all, because it's about you. The creators, the streamers, the dreamers building their own spotlight. And there's no better place to celebrate that than right here in Saudi Arabia. A country opening its doors to creators from every corner of the world, where talent, technology, and storytelling now meet. So let's kick this off with the man who changed the game for digital creators everywhere, the ultimate innovator, Jimmy Donaldson, AKA Mr. Beast. Oh.
I need 10 years. If I don't have 1 million subscribers, when my entire life has been a failure, I am living a fairy tale life.
Welcome to my wonderful creation.
All right, how's it going? We are now stranded on this deserted island. I thought it'd be fun.
I just can't wait to get out of here.
Hold that down. This video is gonna be the craziest video you've ever seen. Have fun, boys.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Wow, that makes me look cooler than I am. Thank you for having me, everybody. It's an honor to be here. Terry, thank you for the nice introduction, man.
Love you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, too. So the special thing about this talk is it isn't just Terry. It's not just me. But we also have another special guest for you guys. We brought arguably the biggest streamer to ever exist, iShowSpeed. Send him on out.
Welcome to my family.
How's it going, everybody? This number now or what? This number now or what?
Everything is real, man.
We finally in Brazil. I won the Ballon d'Or, bro. Oh my God.
Love y'all, boys.
I love you so much. All right. Have a seat, guys. Have a seat. Oh, man. Okay. First of all, man, I'm so honored to be on this panel right now because you are looking at two of the most famous people on earth, period. These guys are kings at what they do. But let's talk about the journey, man. I mean, it's a little bit, we see where you are right now, but everybody wants to know, how did you get here? What were the things that you did just to get to this point? I'm gonna start with you, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, it's like me asking you guys, how did you get where you are? Summarizing it at a high level, let me think. Basically, you know, I spent my teenage years really obsessing over what is it that makes people want to watch a piece of content? Why do certain pieces of content get hundreds of millions of views? And I just kind of studied virality and obsessed over how do I make a piece of content that people, no matter where they are in the world, they would enjoy it. And that's kind of what, at a high level, I spent a decade of my life doing. And, you know, it kind of started off with me when I was younger. I counted to 100,000. I just sat at a computer, counted for 40 hours straight. And people all around the world were like, what is this idiot doing? And then from there, as I started making money, I started giving it away, doing philanthropic things and doing these bigger and bigger spectacles. And that montage, it showed I buried myself alive for 7 days. So he dug a coffin, put it 10 feet underground, buried me alive for a week. And we just kept doing cooler pieces of content where no matter where you are, if you're in Asia or America or in the Middle East, someone burying themselves alive or someone ordering some food on a delivery app and then tipping the person $1 million. That's content that you find entertaining. And so just really obsessed over how to make global entertaining spectacles that people would enjoy. And yeah, I've been doing that since I was 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and here we are. And then also Speed, I mean, he has an equally crazy story. I mean, this guy can't go anywhere without a horde of people following him.
Yeah, me and Beast kind of started we do the same thing, but it's not the same thing. But
I'm over here, he's completely over there.
Yeah, but the same lane, kind of. But I started when I was 15, young. I always just loved streaming. I always was in love with streaming, content creation. Grew up watching Mr. Beast. He was an inspiration of mine when I was a kid. I'm 20 now. But as a 15-year-old kid, I was always obsessed with streaming. And I always had this character to me, these tweaks. I was always athletic. I was funny, that and third. So I started streaming. Once I started streaming, I felt like what I always kept something towards me, I always kept the authenticity. I always put authenticity over virality, because when you stay to yourself and stay grounded to yourself, you can get way more farther, and your mental is way better, once you just stay true to yourself. So at streaming, as I just kept growing, I just stayed true to myself, grew as a person, grew as an individual, and I'm here now, so it's great to be here, talking about here at Joy Forum, let's go. So it's fun.
Well, and he's being very humble. One of the things he also did really well is obviously football is very global, and he is very attached to it. He's very athletic. He was doing a lot of content where talking about Ronaldo and talking about what was updated in this football world. Yeah, and so he I don't know whether he did it intentionally or not. It was very genius. Basically, rode the biggest sport in the world while being very charismatic, very much himself, and that gave him a lot of global appeal, because basically everyone knows and watches football. And since he became kind of synonymous with that, especially in the social media world, it just took him to crazy heights.
I want to ask you guys, did you ever think it would be this big? I mean, you both started very, very young, but did you have this global mindset when you started out, or were you just, did it sneak up on you? You know what I mean? Yeah. Go ahead, Speed.
You want me to kick this off? Yeah, go for it. Well, me, heck no. I mean, I would have never thought I got 50 million subs now. I'm known all over the world now. I wouldn't, if you asked me this 5 years ago, even 3 years ago, I'd be like, hell no. So, but I mean, obviously I grow, I'm still growing now, I'm only 20 now. So it's more that I even got to learn from what I know now. But I would have never thought that I even got this far, but things happen.
How about you, Jimmy?
Yeah, well, that's what's fun is I was in a similar boat as him. I started blowing up in my late teenage years, and so it's funny seeing him because he's still 20. I remember back when I was 20 years old, and so I just have more years on the table than he does. But yeah, when I started when I was 11, I was just like, oh, I want to be able to provide for my mom. Like that would make me elated. Yeah. Now I have 500 employees, and we're scaling rapidly, and it's definitely crazier than I ever could have imagined. And but the crazy thing is, it's just social media platforms are just growing year over year, and as they get bigger, so do our audiences, because we're the largest creators, and so it's pretty wild. Like, if you think about it, 20 years ago, there wasn't like a TV show that people all across the world watched. There wasn't like every country has its own TV networks and stations, and so it wasn't really possible to have this much reach where. An average one of our videos will get 250, 300 million views. So you can grab 33 random people anywhere on the planet, and on average, one of them has seen our newest video, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But that just wouldn't have existed decades ago, because there was no media and there was no channel where that could happen. And so that's the beauty of social media, is like a website like YouTube. They're probably at 2.5 billion monthly users now. So, that's over a third of the world, or around a third of the world. And so if these trends keep continuing and social media platforms keep growing, the largest creators are just able to reach, literal percentage points of humans alive. And it's this is all relatively new things that we're seeing flush out in real time, and so it's pretty crazy.
No, I see this time. This is what I love about what you're saying when you're talking about the growth of the social media platforms. You know, I'm a little older than you two.
Maybe just a smidge.
Just a smidge. I started out in the sports world. I was a football player who didn't start acting until I was 30 and didn't know it was my gift. Didn't know, but it was a different time then. Back then, when the celebrities, Hollywood basically told you who the celebrities were, and you believed them. But what I like now is that the shine is off celebrity, and you get to pick who you want. It's kind of different. Now, you know, someone who's sitting just like you guys were can be bigger than the Hollywood movie stars. It's never been a time in human history where it's been like that. And that's why I look at this as an opportunity for everybody out there. If you have, but see, you guys had to work, man.
Hey, I started with nothing. I started with a PlayStation 4. And I'm pretty sure any kid out there has a PlayStation or any console in their room. So I didn't have nothing. So you can start off from anywhere, seriously. Like, you don't need the best of the best of equipment. I promise you. When it comes to
that's
doing
real.
streaming.
And my next question, and you brought it up earlier, authenticity. This question is for both of you. How do you guys keep it real when millions of people are watching you? You know, one thing that a lot of people are really scared of is showing themselves in front of the camera, you know, and showing themselves to the world because, you know, they face ridicule, they face a lot of everything. Talk to me about that process and how you go through it.
I can kick it off. Speed is, his content revolves around him solely. Mine, I have more people in my videos, so he'll probably, if you're trying to be really, really, you know, one-on-one with your audience, he probably will have better advice than me. But for the most part with me, agreed, you want to be able to connect, and it's even harder because we have such global audiences and people all around the world care about different things and, you know, grew up differently and things like that. And so, one of the ways that I connect with them is, that's why, you know, it might seem silly why, you know, like I referenced earlier, why I buried myself alive for 7 days, but that video is essentially me in a coffin just communicating with my fan base for, you know, 15, 20 minutes, because the whole video is just me being buried alive. Or I spent 7 days on a deserted island, 7 days in solitary confinement. We do a lot of videos where, you know, we trap me in things that aren't as fun, but it's just basically a video that revolves around me doing something. And so then I can be vulnerable about the experience and I can connect with my audience. And so for us, it's just mixing in content that allows you to do it. And it is very important because that is the appeal of social media. Is it's not, you know, Speed's not playing a scripted character, he's being himself. So people, you know, like I see some little kids over here, they probably watch Speed stream, and so, you know, they know him like they know their friends. They probably arguably know Speed better than they know their friends just because they've seen him talk more, they've watched him more, and they've heard him speak more, they know more about him. And that's kind of the appeal. If you're not being authentic, people can tell. Like you can't hide it. Like he probably has, I'm just making up a number, but over 10,000 hours of him talking on the internet. Like if he was trying to be someone he's not, people would have noticed, they would have seen a bunch of inconsistencies, and then it just destroys the allure of it.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing with me, I'm 24/7 talking with my fans. You know, I'm a streamer, so I got the chat literally attached to my pan, looking at chat 24/7, talking to them, you know, inside jokes. I see my fans as my friends, so it's like basically talking to your friends. You know, you just gain a connection with them because I'm just with them every day, 24/7, talking to them, and things happen during the stream, and you grow. It's like you growing with your friends, you know. So that's why with me it's super different because I'm just always talking to them. I'm always on the camera, hours. Like I was live for 35 days just recently, 800 hours straight. So
yeah, he did a live stream where he went to every state in America, didn't stop streaming for 35 days. He streamed when he was sleeping, everything for 35 days straight.
So with that, you just gain just a good bond. You just gain a good connection with him, you know?
No, I can see that. I can see that. This is crazy, man. And I love the connection that you have with both of your audiences. And that is the definition of being authentic. You know, it's funny because I had a question come to me when I had some success after White Chicks and Everybody Hates Chris and Expendables, and people were like, this guy came up to me, he said, hey man, how do you keep up your image? And I said, you don't have one. You just be you. And that's the easiest way to be. And that's the next question I wanted to ask you guys is, just like I was given this question, what is your piece of advice, your top 3 pieces of advice for the next generation of streamers, of celebrities, of people who really, really want to reach that level that you guys have? 3 things.
For one, I would say, obviously this might be the most cliche one, but it really like means a lot, is be yourself. Like, don't try to become me, try to become a better me, you know? Like, don't try to chase on what I did. Do something, like, become better to me. Don't become like me, become better to me. So that's the first one that I say. The second one that I would say is, Beast, you help me on this one.
I can jump in and help. Well, I think, yes, that in terms of making the content successful is important. In general, you know, I know this is being broadcasted, and obviously due to our fan base, a lot of younger people are going to see it. I think in general, you should, my biggest thing has always been surround yourself with people who make you what you want to be. You know, obviously if you spent, you know, the next year, a couple hours a day with me and Speed, you would naturally be infinitely more successful as a content creator. You don't have that ability, but who are the people, you know, the people who go to your school or in your friend group that you can surround yourself with that will push you to be the version of you that, you know, would actually be successful in that? So really, you know, if your closest friends, you know, don't care at all about social media or being successful in that regard, then the probability of you succeeding is infinitely lower. So I would start with, who are you around? What kind of stuff are you consuming? And then when you do get into creating content, find something that you deeply enjoy, because yeah, it's, if you look at the data, the #1 most coveted job in developed societies is people want to be a YouTuber. That is just like, you know, 20 years ago, like in the West, it was they wanted to be an astronaut or this or that. Now they just want to be a YouTuber. It's like, it crushes every other job by a mile. And so many tens of millions of people are gunning for it. And the reality is, like, I mean, it took him years, it took me decades to make, or over a decade to make it. And if you don't love it, you're going to quit way before you even make it. So it's
something that you got to fall in love with, and you got to put your all into it. You got to be very determined, because there's millions of other creators that's trying to do the same thing. So
if the thought of you doing it for 10 years before anyone potentially watching you, which is a real scenario for a lot of people, you know, makes you want to vomit and scares you away, then it's probably not for you. But if you hear that and you go, well, I love doing it, and this is what I'm deeply passionate about, and in my case, when I was 11, I was like, I'm going to become a YouTuber or I'm going to die trying. Those are the only 2 outcomes. You kind of need that level of stubbornness, because to make content that people watch, it has to be better than what's out there, and it's going to take you many years to develop those skills. So if you have people around you who push you, who make you better, who are also obsessed, and you're making content that you deeply enjoy making, and you're fine with doing for a very long time without anyone watching, you at least have the guardrails to achieve success, in my opinion.
Wow. Wow, this is good. Was that 2? Or we got one more left?
His third one, we'll make his the third one.
We got one more piece of advice left.
All right, yeah, let's get one more out of Speed.
Okay, one more I would say is, you kind of just pushed all the buttons.
It's good.
Derry, putting him on the spot.
I got another question.
On the spot, because he kind of like really like generalized it, you know, like to a point. But another one that I could say is, when it gets hard, it's going to get hard. It's definitely going to get hard, and it's going to be a point where nothing's growing. It might be a point where you have no viewers. You know, I started off with no viewers. So when you get to that point, that wall, like that wall breaker, it happens to everybody, every creator out there who wants to do this. You know, you just got to push through that, try something new, and keep going. You know, you got to find a new lane. So I started off with 0 viewers, 1 viewer, but I kept going. So,
you know, to allude to the point that you just brought up about it being hard, one thing, I'm gonna ask this question because it's not on the list, but you know, the thing about social media is that it can be unforgiving. And what I mean is the comments. Everybody, you know, you see the comments, you hear the comments. how have you guys dealt with really, bad treatment or comments or, things that can really affect your mental health? This is one thing that I want to bring up, especially with young streamers and different things. How have you guys dealt with naysayers or what you call haters?
I mean, it got to me to a point early in my career. I wasn't used to it, but at the end of the day, you're on the internet, and people are going to say whatever they want about you. People are going to say whatever. They can say whatever about you because you put yourself on the internet. You put yourself in them shoes. But as growing on the internet and streaming for like the past 5 years, I gotten better at it. But I just tuned to like realize that people are gonna like whatever. Like you can do the best thing in the world, and somebody will still nitpick or say anything bad about that. So what I just started to realize is just you just got to keep going. You can't listen to it. It don't. Mr. Beast.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll echo on what he's saying and do a +1. And the way I like to view it is exactly what he said. At the scale our audiences is, someone's always going to have an issue with what you're doing. And so it's more percentage game, right? Like if he does a live stream, 5 million people watch it, if there's only 100 negative comments and there's 10,000 positive ones, then, you did something right. Like very few things in the world can you get 99% of people to agree on. And so it's just looking, because that's where a lot of people run into issues is they'll, read 20, 30 comments, they'll see 2 or 3 negative ones, and then won't zoom out and look at the macro and realize it's just a very small percentage. And so best case scenario, which is easier said than done, and even I relapse, is just to not, get emotional when reading it and just look at comments as objective feedback. And, if majority of them are like, this is awesome, then you're good. If, 10, 20% roughly are saying something like, oh, I didn't like this, or I didn't think this was creative enough, ideally you can just turn off your emotion and just internalize it and be like, okay, like, why do the fans feel that way, and then apply it. Easier said than done, but that mental toughness, I think, helps a lot, and just making sure you're in the right frame of mind when you're scrolling it, and make it a little more objective and less emotional, if that makes sense.
That is perfect, and I want to add something to that. Both of those answers were perfect. I'll never forget the first time, I started really getting into my comments. And I saw one, it's like, hey, Terry, you stink. I was like, I'm Mr. Old Spice. So
I was saying, and then he did an Old Spice commercial.
It's like, but then.
Wait, actually, on that, can you still do the peck thing from the Old Spice commercial?
That's how I opened the show.
I got to learn that one.
Wait, how many
you got to teach me that.
I will.
How many of you?
Put your hands together and just squeeze them together like this. Look at that, it's moving. They're moving. Just squeeze your hands together. There.
This is the riveting stuff they came here for.
The tutorial. But no, I'm gonna tell you what happened. When I responded to this guy who said you stink, and what was happening is I was getting all into him, and it's what you said. It's like you can't put the attention on the negativity. And I got another comment that said, hey, Terry, we love you, and you never answer us back, but you always answer when people say bad stuff to you. And that really affected me. And I realized that. Yeah. I was like, I said, now I have to respond to people who like me and really do what I do for them, and that changed my whole frame of mind. It made my experience on the internet a lot better. So that's just me right there. I have another question for you guys. Man, everything is changing so fast. When we look at the internet, you look at AI, you look at, 1 minute, everything's primitive. The next minute, you can shout a prompt into a microphone and the images come out jumping and screaming. How are you ready for the new changes? How are you going to reinvent yourself? Talk to me a little bit about the future of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fun one. Obviously, everyone sees it. Things are developing very fast. I think in our cases, I think it'll push people more towards authentic content, because as I mean, I think I saw recently that the amount of AI-written articles past the amount of human-written articles dropping, and it's growing exponentially. But in the terms of content, as more and more of this stuff that's just trained on models drops, people are going to look more for the authentic stuff. And the beauty of creators like us is we have a long-term brand we built over time where people know that they can trust our videos and they can rely on them, and it's great content. It's just like, you know, when animation came around, it didn't destroy Christopher Nolan films. You know, we still love them. They're still some of the highest grossing movies ever. And so I think it'll be the same case here and push people for more authentic, real content.
Yeah, because people will always want the real stuff over the fake stuff at the end of the day.
Yes, and then in terms of tools, though, I think it'll be helpful. Like, you know, it's all across what we do. Even something as little as, you know, when we film with 1,000 contestants in our show Beast Games, which actually we shot some of the episodes here earlier this year. It was a lot of fun. Actually, it was in the studio right beside this one. Pretty funny. Yeah, thank you. It was amazing. I was shocked. Your guys' studio space here and just the talent you have here is mind-blowing. And so hoping to shoot a lot more here. But in this regard, just on like, so I was talking about Beast Games. Since we had 1,000 contestants, part of what typical game shows or competition shows would do is they'll just have a story producer walk up to a person, put a camera on them. They're like, you're the villain, say this, you're this, say this. Whereas we just have cameras rolling 24/7, so we don't have to put words in people's mouths. They can just speak whenever and we get the footage. Downstream effect of that is we leave with more footage than you could ever imagine. Like our season 1 of Beast Games broke the record for most footage ever filmed in a single production because we had the most cameras ever in a single production, blah, blah. And so, I mean, we're walking away with 100,000 hours of footage. I mean, I could have an army of editors and they can never watch it all. And so that's where it's nice because, you know, AI can just transcribe what everyone said and then we can search a database. And so if we want footage of someone, you know, being emotional or being excited, we can just search those terms. And so the beauty is it helps the workflow be more efficient. It'll help great editors